Here we go, man. Here we go. Sorry for the tardiness, but certain things needed to be done. All right. Certain things needed to be done. Peace and hold on. Let me get the headline up though. Let me get the headline up. Let me get the headline up. Peace and peace and peace and what would he say? Peace and Pan Africanism. That's how my guy Dr. Umar Johnson literally answers every single text. I mean, not only just every text, but every single. That's how he opens up every single video, mind you. Right. Anyways, but let me start off. I might have to start off with this headline. I might have to start off with this headline. Yeah, a lot of my banners. I know I'm a little bit late. I had my thing. I had it all set up. But they changed my StreamYard a little bit around and I came back a little late. Like I set up the stream at like 7:30 and then I thought I could do something real quick and then come back. Nope. Never that simple, is it? You know. But it looks like in this stream I'm gonna have to come to the defense of Dr. Ifa Tunde. I'm gonna have to come to his defense only because the claims are just coming straight out of left field. Oh yeah, by the way, let me bring up let me do this real quick. Let me put a Dr. Umar Johnson overlay. Put a picture up of that man. Pause. Here we go. Let's download this picture real quick. Let's download the thumbnail. All right. Sorry about that. Here we go. Let's see if we can put the overlay up. Let's see if we can put the overlay up. Let's put up the overlay. Here we go. I don't know if that actually makes things a little bit easier, but as I watched that video though, and we'll get to it later, as I watched that video of Nisa, you know, the person that's saying that she's Dr. Umar Johnson's daughter, lost his strange daughter. When I saw that video, I was like, this girl is full of caca. Not saying that she's lying about being his daughter in terms of what she's asking for, and it's clear what happened to Dr. Umar is he's clearly a victim of parental alienation by this woman's mother. You know what I mean? So this is a classic case. It just reminded when I heard her talk, it just reminded me of Marquise Jackson, right? Remember when 50 Cent's, 50 Cent's first son, right? That's who she reminded me of. And I was like, oh, I see what's going on here. And people will tell me, hey, I shouldn't feel bad for Dr. Umar Johnson. He's a grifter. He's selling wolf tickets, blah, blah, blah. And that is true. That is true. But it's the same thing when it comes to Crowder. I don't like these guys. Trust me, really. But these guys they're still victims. They're still victims of being with a woman, right? Things don't work out. Then she starts lying on your name. And now you get the deadbeat dad tag, tagged on you. These guys are victims. These guys are victims. And Dr. Umar Johnson, you know, one of the reason why I don't really, especially nowadays, I don't really like what the pro blacks be doing, particularly guys like Dr. Umar Johnson, is they intentionally leave out, they intentionally don't address the elephant in the room, which is mammyism, right? And single women or women in general in the community destroying black families, right? And they don't want to address it, particularly a Dr. Umar Johnson. Now he's going to have to address it now that he's being a public victim of this. So people will tell me like, look, don't even, I should be, you know, celebrating, but I'm not going to do that. Same thing I did with Crowder. I'm gonna give these guys a break only because they try to ignore the obvious and then they end up being, a victim to it. This is why channels like Minds exist. This is why channels like Doug MPA's channel, AJ's channel, so far, so forth and so on. Educated Tyrone, right? This is why our channels exist. So we can talk about it. Okay. Hey, shout out to Educated Tyrone in the chat. I did not even have my chat open. I'm sorry because this I was supposed to start at 8 o'clock, but you know I wasn't responsible with my time. Let me see. Educated Tyrone said, I used to talk to Dochi in the DMs, but I don't have the screenshots. Oh, yeah, we will get we'll start off with that story. I want to start off with that story before I even start off with anything. And also, we will talk about DDG and what he's going through because his situation ties into Dr. Umar Johnson's situation, right? Said she dated a Pookie adjacent dude before she was famous. She's just taking her anger out from that on all straight black men. Exactly. So yeah, we're gonna get educated, Tyrone. We're gonna get into that. That's what I was gonna bring up. So because Dochi, she's going viral right now because she said straight men are a red flag, and women like her that tend to put all men in the same boat. These ladies, when they were younger, they don't know how to find a normal man to date. Women like that usually dated pookies, and I mean criminals, straight up drug. I'm talking about drug dealers and criminals only. And if that don't work out, and that usually ends up in disaster, then we hate all. Then it's hate all men. Blah blah blah. I'm pretty sure if you ask Dochi, what kind of music did you listen to when you were growing up? I bet you Janae Aiko is gonna pop up. And I've done these. Remember, I've done music streams. I told you, look, you gotta avoid women that listen to these artists, right? And Janae Aiko, she gets away with it because she's pretty. But any woman that listen to Janae Aiko, you have to understand, or that puts Janae Aiko on top of her list, right? Kalani and these people. Janae Aiko makes music for women that have gotten their heart broken by drug dealers, right? This is a joke that many of me and my friends, my coworkers back in the day, we used to joke about this all the time. This is a well-known fact, right? So you're a lot of the women that you see that like are just so hateful of men, or they'll just say, "Oh, I hate straight men." When you look at their dating history, you could easily point out what the problem was. You know what I mean? But they tend to leave it out. They tend to leave it out when they're complaining about quote unquote straight men, right? Oh yeah, the Hannah Baker's syndrome. I've talked about this, right? The Hannah Baker syndrome, where basically it's either Chad or bust, right? If not Chad, then so it's never gonna be anybody normal. They're gonna overlook the Clay Jensens of the world. They're gonna go. They're gonna they'll date another female. They'll date a borderline LGBT dude. They're not looking for a regular dude. right? So this is why back in the day I used to have my 13 Reasons Why stream, right? And I would choose that particular character, Hannah Baker, you know, and I don't look at her as a victim. I actually look at her as one of the villains, really, in the story. And Clay Jensen is a victim, right? The cheerleader that got violated by the Chad. What's her name? The mixed chick. She's a victim. The jock, the other jock that ended up dying in the series, he was a victim, right? A lot of women suffer from Hannah Baker syndrome, I call it. And it's basically any, it's either Chad or bust. And if they can't attract Chad, then it's a drug dealer, right? And usually it's the drug dealers first or the criminals first, unfortunately, right? Let me see. But yeah, we'll cover that. we'll cover that right now. He said she probably he said she probably liked the shopping with the LGBT person, but she dumped him the second he wore her shoes. Oh yeah. Yeah, they they'll try like a Baidu. They'll do it. And you're just like, what, bruh? But you can't tell them anything. But yeah, Janae Aiko. Yep. Janae Aiko, she had some hits though. But no, she gets away with it. I was one of the first people calling her out. I'm talking about even before I even watched a Corey Holcomb 5150 show. I used to, because yes, she makes decent music, and I've done covers when I was a kid, right? You play these piano things, you play the Drake songs, whatever. When I used to do those things, I used to do that just to impress my cousin because he used to make music. That's what I was doing it for, right? Pause. So when I would play these things, I would still listen to the lyrics, and the lyrics would seem off. And then once you start listening to the lyrics, and you're like, oh, you know what I mean? Even recently, I did a studio session last Friday. When I told you the story, I did the studio session last Friday with a gay dude wearing a wig. And I think people didn't see him coming because they heard the song that he gave us, but we didn't know who this particular person was coming in. We didn't know who he was, who was going to come in the door. So when I heard the song that they gave, I was listening to the voice. I'm like, okay, this is a man's voice, but in the song, I'm listening to the lyrics. I'm like, he's singing about another man. But I didn't really say anything. I'm like, so I expected a gay dude to come into the session, but I think everybody was shocked it was a gay dude in general, because I think people, like, everybody was shocked, but they didn't show it. But he came in. Yeah, he came in with the wig. He came in ready to show up. But he was cool though. He was cool. And he was like, "Oh yeah, I'm a man. I'm just here with my wig." Right? But I think people just don't listen to the lyrics when songs go on. You know what I mean? I think that's so people I think people are kind of just shocked at him in general. He was a big dude with a wig too, but it was like I expected a gay dude to walk in the door. You know what I mean? So like when people are like, "Who's the artist?" And I remember, I'm like, "Oh, that must be Isaiah," because I saw a dude wearing a wig. I'm like, so that's Isaiah. Oh shit, I said his name. Oh man, I said his name. That's messed up. All right. Hopefully he's not listening to me. Oh man, I'm bad. So as soon as I saw a dude wearing a wig, I'm like, "Oh, that must be so and so," right? Um, because I heard the lyrics. I'm like, he's singing about another man. But a lot of people, I think people in general, they don't listen to the lyrics. They don't listen to the lyrics. That's how I was able to catch up on, Janae Aiko, Kalani, uh, another one, Jesse Reyes. I don't know if you guys know who that is. Uh, I gotta show you like a list of all the ones you gotta watch out for. I gotta show y'all a list. Educated Tyrone Hardy had the list. Hold on, right here. He said, "Yep, it's Chad, Chyrone is the Chad, Chadrone, Tyrone are the first options. Pookie's are the second. He said Brad's are the thirds. Well, I showed a video about this a while back. Yeah, people don't listen to the lyrics. It happened recently, like because as soon as I heard the lyrics, I was like, oh, this is a gay man. Because I'm hearing I don't know if they were expecting a woman to come through. I don't know if they were expecting. I think they were kind of expecting a dude, but they didn't know what the music was. But they had no idea who was the artist because the way it's set up, the way the studio is set up, like basically anybody can come in. You know what I mean? But they didn't know who. So as soon as I'm like, I see a dude wearing a wig. That's what I saw. I'm like, oh, that must be so and so, right? Because I called out the name. I'm like, okay, so where's blah 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 blah? Oh, there you are. And I was like, hey, make room, make room, make room for blah 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 to come in. They just didn't expect a nigga wearing a wig, but I did expect a gay man to come in, right? Pause. So, but people don't listen to the lyrics. When the song came in from this artist, they'll just listen to the music, the ambiance and all that, but I think people don't listen to the lyrics. Oh, let me give you another example. Sorry to go off a little bit, but a little bit off kilter, right? But there's another artist that kind of went viral a little bit last year. His name is it's a gay male artist, right? His name, guess what his name was? His name was Serpent with Feet. That's the guy's his name is Serpent with Feet. That's the artist that was the male artist name from last year. I'm gonna give you another example. This dude's name was Serpent with Feet. That was his. So I had first heard Serpent with Feet on Sirius XM. What's it? What's that radio? It's the radio's called like Sound 42. It's basically a Drake OVO radio, right? And I heard the song, and I'm like, "What's the artist's name?" And then I'm looking at the artist name, I'm like, "Serpent with." I'm like, "What in the hell?" But as I listened to the lyrics, I'm like, "Oh, he's talking about a man, right?" But when I looked up his song on YouTube on the profile or via SoundCloud, all the comments were talking about, damn, I didn't know this guy is a really gay man. Right? And you're just like, if you listen to the lyrics, it's pretty clear. But yeah, people don't listen to the lyrics. But anyways, let's take this overlay off. Let's talk about Doechii. Right? So this is the video that we're talking about, right? Doechii reveals being a straight man is the biggest red flag when dating, right? So I always try to tell you, it's almost the same thing when you hear women in general when they when they ask the woman, who would you pick, the bear or the man? I pick the bear every single time, right? But if you look at their dating paths, the type of men that they pick, you're just like, are you serious? You know what I mean? But let's look at the clip real quick. Oh, I didn't even have the sound on. My bad. Here we go. Fair use.
What's my biggest dating red flag?
Is it being on the DL?
You're on the right track. I have my answer.
Is it close enough?
Are you want to guess one more time what would be a red flag for me?
Bad music taste?
Okay, I might have to pause it for fair use purposes, right? But like, and also another thing too, this is why you're not supposed to take uh, dating advice from women in general because they will say stuff like this. They will say stuff like this. Like I used to, especially, I'll say this: people might not understand the most ridiculous things that women will say in general because they don't really spend a lot of time with them. They never worked with women in a close proximity, but when you're working with women in a close proximity, or you're in charge of women in a close proximity, whether you via coaching, tutoring, etc., you working with female artists, me, right? You're gonna hear some of the most ridiculous things from them, right? So this is not really shocking conversation because usually when you have a when it's ever whatever is two or more women talking, especially when it's about dating, you're gonna hear the most nonsensical things, right? But I'm used to it because I'm just so I grew up watching Skip Bayless on TV, so I'm just so used to hearing nonsense from people in general.
Oh, that is a good one.
Because that's one for me.
That is a good one.
Like,
But that's
what
not
do you
what I
mean
put.
you don't listen to Michael Jackson? But okay.
Okay. This is a huge red flag for me.
All right. You know what's so crazy? I was gonna say men. I was gonna say
you already
men.
know. Like, I mean, strike one. You're a man.
Yeah.
And you're heterosexual.
Yeah. I was gonna say, so technically, because my mind was already there, I don't think I.
So when I didn't get a chance to pause it, but if on the whiteboard it said a straight man is the biggest red flag when it comes to dating, and you wonder, and people are like wondering, like you see why women get into the predicaments that they get into. You know what I mean? So I would tell men this. It's the same thing with the bear or the man conversation. I would say don't take offense to it. Um, I don't see like I've been in positions, dog. Let me tell you something, man. On some real, let me tell you some real spill. I've been in positions in life. I'm talking about where a girl is talking cash ish about men. Right. I'm talking about in front of my face, right? About what her ex is doing and what men are not doing. And then she sees a spider. She sees a spider. I'm talking about she sees a spider. Ah, ah, jumps right behind me like I'm about to kill it. I don't even know what's going on. Mind you, I'm talking about she's literally 5 inches taller than me. 5 inches taller than me. She sees talking all this ish. She sees a spider, jumps right behind me like she a little kid. And you're just like, what's going on? A spider. I'm talking about talking. I'm talking about. You should have heard the stuff she was saying. This is back when I was, working at right. I ain't gonna say the company name, right? But this is what happens when you're working with women in close proximity. They will say all types of nonsense, right? Like just all types of nonsense. But what the women don't understand is the men of today are very autistic, right? So they take that stuff when women are saying, "I rather the bear." Men take that very seriously, right? Like they take that very personally, But like I said, women don't. Today's women don't have the so-called emotional intelligence to like not entertain that kind of nonsense. They will just continue to pile on until ish hits the fan. And then when they see a woman getting robbed in broad daylight and men are not doing nothing about it, they're just like, what do you do? Aren't you supposed to do something? And then they get mad when men are in the comments saying, didn't you say you rather choose the bear? Right? Now that's petty, but like I said, today's men of today are autistic as hell. So they're gonna take that personally. Why would I be if you're calling men predators, right? You're saying straight men are the biggest red flags, so forth and so on, right? I can go on and on and on and on, right? oh, I can't trust straight white men and all this stuff, or straight black men are part of the white black men are helping the white power structure. I done heard all this type of nonsense. Just, but I I know women, right? I know they're just talking, right? And I'm not saying they don't mean it, but when women talk, they just talk, right? There's no real substance behind it. Half of the hoes that you see on TikTok that are talking cash ish about men are still living with their parents. So it's not even you know you know what I mean? So I know this though. But most young men, they see stuff like this and you're just like, "Bro, we've you know what I mean? There's only so much, slander that the average man will hear but not take personally. You know what I mean? He said, happy she's not turned on by me. No, a woman like Dochi, right? And I don't know if I have the video saved because this is where educated Tyrone comes in. And I'm gonna show you something real quick. It's either saved on my Instagram or my Twitter, but it should be saved because when I saw the video, I was laughing. I saw the video and you don't know how hard I laughed. I saw that video. I was like, "Are you serious?" Oh, well, I wasn't shocked, but it was hilarious because I'm like, just the timing of it all, the timing of people, a person having it. Oh, I don't have it. I don't have the video. I didn't save it, but there is a video out there of Dochi of her literally asking her Pookie boyfriend to pull the trigger on her, and the gun clicks. It was her way of getting off sexually. And you just see her with her Pookie boyfriend when and this is the same woman give talking about straight men are the biggest red flag, but she be going out with her boyfriend, her exes are criminals. You know what I mean? But this is where my channel comes in when I tell you these are the type of men that women go after. I don't know if I'm able to find that video, but um
I deserve to.
the way the way it just proved my point was crazy. I thought I saved that video. I'm so mad at myself. I would have sworn I saved that video because it just it was just so fitting. it was so fitting. It was so fitting. But anyways, nah, f that. Let me find that video. We gonna find that video. Dochi Ray with her boyfriend. I gotta find that video. F that. I'm finding that video. Yep, here it is. But I let me not actually I cannot show this. No, you know what? I'm not gonna show the video. I'm not gonna show the video. The reason why it's not blurred. I found the video, but they didn't blur out the gun, and you already know YouTube with that. But let me see. I'll post. Let me show. I'll share the link of the video in the chat. I'll share the link of the video in the chat. If you guys want to see this video of Dochi with her Pookie boyfriend or her Pookie sneaky link, I'm gonna put the link in the chat. You guys can watch it if you want. I found it, but I'm not gonna show it. But I'm gonna post the link in the chat because if I show it, they're gonna flag my video. Oh, you're promoting violence. So I posted a. You guys want to watch it, copy and paste from the chat. You guys can see it. You guys can see it if you want to. He said, "Nah, they dated. That was her boyfriend." Yeah, exactly. So yeah, that was her boyfriend, right? And also, that's another thing too. Before I move on to the next segment, women will talk about predators. This You know what I mean? Men do this and blah blah blah, but they will actively date drug dealers and pookies. It's like they will date criminals or just drug dealers in general. And drug dealers, these be the ones that primarily go after underage women. But then they'll talk about everybody else as a predator. You know what I mean? So this is kind of why I don't, you can't really take what they say at face value. Can't really take what they say at face value. He said they were on. Oh, okay. So according to Educated Tyrone, they was together for a little while. He said he was on her social media for a year or two. They were Bonnie and Clyde. Yeah, that's what. Yeah. Like I remember there was this girl I used to work with. She was going out with a guy like that for a little bit, and I was like, "You better break up with that dude." And it wasn't even me dirty macking because I'm like, I just know the type of girl she was. I was like, you go because once them people once them cops or them feds people start knocking at your door and he start yelling at you to flush everything down the toilet, you're gonna be sitting there crying, not knowing what to do. I was like, oh, and I was making fun of her for that. I'm like, I was like, you gonna be the same one talking about. I don't know what to do. I can't fly because when girls will go out with guys like that until ish hits the fan, and and they'll be the first one crying if then people start knocking at the door. You know what I mean? So I remember I had to tell somebody that I used to work with. I don't know if. Oh man, you know what I mean? Like these the same. These be the first people. I'm talking about like the first people. You know what I mean? They have no idea. Like this is not stuff you play with. Like this is really not stuff you're supposed to skid. I don't know what the proper term is, but this is not something you play with. You know what I mean? But anyways, let's should I move on to DDG or should I put one more thing above it? I don't think I should move on to DDG just yet, but I am done with Dochi because Dochi, she's typical. Dochi is easy sauce. I know way too many women like Dochi. Oh, by the way, once you see the septum nose ring piercing, you already know what time it is with her, right? Should I? Because there was a video on here that I saw. Oh, right here.
We end up popping him.
Here we got to pop the balloon segment, right? We got to pop the balloon segment right here.
We end up popping him.
Fair use, by the way. Fair use, by the way. Fair use.
Yes.
Too flashy. I'm not a flashy person. If you make money, that's fine and all. I just wouldn't want other people to know.
Right.
You just never know other people's intention, and if you're flashy, you just never know what you're bringing on.
Sure.
That's all.
Thank you. I mean, as a man, my job is to provide and protect. So even though if a man's flashy, but can he make sure we okay? You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Regardless whether he's flashy or not, whatever he has. So we can't drive a flashy car, nice car, because we got to worry about somebody trying to take something because they don't have it. But the thing is, can he protect you? Can he protect you when you in these streets when we's being flashy? Because regardless, you're gonna spend money wherever you go. So we got to look at we at the lowest of the totem pole because we scared what somebody else think. No, I think not. I'm gonna show out wherever I go.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I feel you. I feel you. I feel you.
That's all.
I
You
feel
showing
you.
out. You got that ass out, them titties out.
Oh, thank
my
you.
Lord.
Okay, so
Thank
shit, why
you.
I can't have my chains out? You
Thank
got
you.
ass and titties out.
Yeah.
Shit.
I mean,
want
you
chains
can.
out.
You can.
We end up popping.
He makes a great point. He makes a great point. So here you have a woman here talking, saying she popped his balloon because he was too flashy, quote unquote. But here she is. She's being flashy herself by exposing her goods. This is you can't even argue the against the logic. And I'm looking at the comments. It looks like the men and the women are on the same page here. Well, then of course you're gonna have a couple of women, and yeah, you're gonna have a couple of women saying that he's being sassy by responding. But these are facts. These are facts. These are facts. Let me know what you think on that. That was I liked his response. I liked his quick-witted response. Oh man. Educated Tyrone says the only reason why I don't brag about Doechii or Summer Walker is because even if I smashed, it wouldn't count as a hit and quit. Let me see if I can bring up the list because I remember somebody had this is a woman I know. She doesn't even realize that she's helping with my show. And no, I'm not smashing her, but this is a woman that I turned down, and she got mad at me that I turned down. Well, I didn't turn her down directly. I turned her down indirectly through another party, and she was mad at that. I don't know if she was mad that I didn't text her and say, "Nah, I'm not down with you." Right. But she was mad ever since. So, but I could still use her for what I can use her for in terms of helping me with this show. Let me see if I can bring up this DM. Because all the artists she likes is like is exactly it's exactly what I try to warn people about. Let me see, where's she at? Oh, right here. So LinkedIn message. Come on, man. Where's that message? Come on. There we go. Yeah. Yeah, Jesse Reyes, Cali, yeah, Cali's Uchis, Lana Del Rey, Alicia Cara, all these, like, she gave me a list of all the artists that she listened to, and then I started doing my research on them. I'm like, okay, thank you. I'm like, I'm gonna need that list right here for research purposes only. Oh man. This is the same broad. I think I've talked about. Oh yeah, I've talked about her on the show. Because when I had turned her down, then all of a sudden she tried to use me watching a story of her, which was me liking a meme that she posted on her story, and then she told it. She relayed it back to my cousin, like I was like that. Watching her story was enough for me for her to tell my cousin that I'm basically keeping tabs on her. And I'm like, bro, I'm watching everybody's story. That's how I found out about women keeping track of people watching their stories and them using it as validation. Oh yeah, he ain't wrong. Oh, yeah. Shout out, yeah, to the guy in there, because people are gonna say, "Oh, he's being sassy. He shouldn't respond." But I think men should, like, when it comes to stuff like this, I don't mind him responding back because it's not necessarily about just him and her. Sometimes the public needs to see. Like the public needs to see it. You know what I mean? The public needs to see the walloping, right? Let's replay it one more time.
And his.
Too flashy. I'm not a flashy person. If you make money, that's fine and all. I just wouldn't want other people to know.
Right.
You just never know other people's intention, and if you're flashy, you just never know what you're bringing on.
Sure.
That's all.
Thank you.
Now, the irony of what she's saying is crazy. The irony is crazy. Because the amount of men that'll be like, look, baby, I don't want you wearing this. I don't want you bringing some. Oh, so what you're saying? I can't wear what I want. I should be able to live in a world where I can wear this without any attention. But clearly, when you see a response like this, when she's telling the dude, oh, I don't want, she doesn't want to be with a guy that really outshines her. Unfortunately, I don't know how that's possible, because it don't matter what kind of chain the man is wearing. If the woman is just slightly pretty enough, she's going to attract attention anyways. But that just shows how insecure they are of anything getting in attention over them. You know what I mean? So a woman like this is a massive red flag, because then when you tell her, look, I don't want you wearing this at this specific area, she's going to call you insecure.
Thank you. Thank you. I mean, as a man, my job is to provide and protect, so even though if a man's flashy, but can he make sure we okay? You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Regardless whether he's flashy or not, whatever he has. So we can't drive a flashy car, nice car, because we got to worry about somebody trying to take something because they don't have it. But the thing is, can he protect you? Can he protect you when you in these streets, when we's being flashy? Because regardless, you're going to spend money wherever you go. So we got to look at, we at the lowest of the totem pole because we scared what somebody else think. No, I think not. I'm gonna show out wherever I go.
Yeah. I feel you.
No, you don't. For her to even bring up the chain shows how tone deaf she is when she's coming out with her ass and titties out to show off her goods, right? Respectfully, I say this, right? Now, another theory that could save her, she could just admit, hey, look, I don't like you because I just think you're short. She could have just said that, and that would make sense. You know, you know what I mean? But she doesn't want to say that. She's just looking for something to disqualify the dude. That's really probably what it is because she's not really attracted to him physically. So she was just looking for something, But if women were very honest on why they're not attracted to most men, they would look like massive hypocrites. I'm talking about massive hypocrites. So they can't really tell you the real on that. But we're just going to still use this as a study because she comes across as very unaware. A woman was the other day was talking about emotional awareness. And I asked her, I was like, describe emotional awareness to me, right? And what she described was just awareness. But women want to talk about, oh, he lacks emotional this, emotional that, emotional intelligence, emotional awareness, emotional, blah, 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 blah. It's just a way to just think that just because women are emotional, they just think that because they are emotional that they have they're more they have a better mastery over emotions than men because they live in their emotion. They bathe in their emotion. They use their emotions to make decisions. So because they live in that kind of reality, they think they're a master of it, which is actually not true. Right? There's no such thing as emotional intelligence. There's just intelligence. There's no emotional awareness. There's just awareness. So the other day when a woman was talking to me about emotional awareness, I'm like, and then when I asked her describe emotional awareness to me, she just ended up describing just awareness. I was just like, okay. And her argument was, how do I put this? I might have to bring up the video. But her argument was kids can still grow up with a single mom but still have grow up like they can still grow up normal and they'll have better emotional awareness than a dude that didn't grow up with an emotionally aware mother. Oh no, yeah, she's saying like single moms can still be emotionally aware. And my argument, that's when I asked her what was emotional awareness. She gave me the definition and I was like, okay, so how many single moms do you know display that kind of quality? And you know what she messaged me back? She was like, I'm not around single moms that much. I'm like, so why are you sticking? Bitch, where is your awareness? Forget emotional awareness. Where is your awareness? Here I am, I'm speaking on single moms, and here you're just rejecting my point to stick up for single moms because you say they have emotional awareness, quote unquote. Then I ask you, how many single moms you know display your definition of emotional awareness? And then she messages me back, well, I don't know that many single moms. Bruh. Then why are you talking? Where is your awareness? Where's your what's wouldn't it be emotionally intelligent or emotionally aware to not even talk if you're not even around single moms? What are we doing? Oh, I don't. She don't even. She says she don't even know single moms in general. That means she lives in a gated community. She's just gonna stick up for women no matter what. Meanwhile, she lives in a gated community, and she clearly lives in a place where single moms are not the norm. Where is her awareness? My God. Anyways. Oh man. Truth Hunter says too flashy. Meanwhile, if a guy with a yacht who looks like him asks her want to come, she would be with him in seconds. Facts. And that's how, unfortunately, young ladies get trafficked. These dudes, they come, they pull up on them when they're younger, especially in their teenage years. They pull up on them. Hey, I got this big party. You're invited. Come to this mansion or come on my yacht. Come in this fancy car. And they're gonna hop right in. People think like hoes be getting trafficked by like just some dusty ninja in a dusty Arab ninja, right? Or Indian dude in a white Sprinter van. No, it don't work like that. Oh man. Educated Tyrone said, not gonna lie, Chris, Dochi's a freak. If I would have went, he said, I wanted to see her, she would have probably gave me some crazy top. Well, a lot of the feminists are freaks. Or even, when you say like the biggest quote unquote boss babes, those be the ones that want to be quote unquote dominated the most, right? Oh, you meant to say went to Florida to see her. She would have probably gave me some. Okay, yeah. Okay, that makes sense. I was like, to what? But anyways, let's speak on what we at the 48-minute mark. So let's go on DDG. Let's talk about DDG. So right now, DDG is going through something that is related to the topic. Okay. Right now, he's going through a serious parental alienation thing right now. So DDG has gone public, which many men don't do, which most men don't really do. They don't go public about them being isolated from their kid. They either are not allowed to talk about it, they keep it quiet. You'll have family members telling the man to keep quiet. Meanwhile, you'll have the woman selling her story to whoever that can lend an ear. But DDG is going to address what's happening to him, where he's saying that he's basically saying that Halle Bailey, his ex, right, is making it hard for him to see his own son, and he's going to have to go to court. Let me make sure, though, this is the right post. Let me see. 5 hours ago, 1 day ago. Okay, right here. This should be right on point. Fair use. Shout out to DDG. Fair use.
Like, I don't want to get on the internet because at the end of the day, you know, this is something that can really like for him. But I'm really just coming on this as just a dad that really don't know what to do at this point. I've been dealing with this since he's been born, damn near. It's like I really feel like I'm a fucking nanny at this point. The nanny has been able to have my son more than me. And I don't even know the nanny name. It's just not fair, bro. So I have to come on here and I gotta do this, but I gotta do like this. I gotta go to court, do all this extra shit when it ain't even gotta be like that, bro. Now, if y'all don't see me with my son every day, y'all know I stream every day. Every day I don't see my son, I'ma number it. Let's see. I know she gonna let me see my son now. This is the only way.
Gotta pause it for fair use purposes. And what unfortunately DDG's just going through what the average man is going through, where basically I already know what happened. He probably tried to see his son, he's trying to see his son, and because it's not court mandated, he's trying to see his son outside of the court times. Like in the United States, if you're trying to see your own son outside of what's mandated by the court, you could be sent to prison. Like you could be sent to jail. That's how it works in the United States. Once I found out this is what was happening, I was like, oh, I understand why men usually just wash their hands and walk away. What kind of society where you have men that actually want to be in the kid's life and you're going to have a woman say you're not allowed to see your own son? These are not your hours. What is this? Right? And you're going to have people in the comment section justifying this. You've had black women forever, ever since this system has been implemented, protecting this system, where basically if a man wants to see his own son, he's not allowed to see it. Especially if it's outside of the custody time. Imagine you want to see your son, but I can't see because it's not the state is in charge of when you can see your own child. And then on top of that, you got to pay still full time. That's crazy. That's why any woman that puts their baby father on child support and they're doing like custody arrangements via the court, because you don't need the court for custody arrangements, but once you do it like that, to me as a woman, you should have your mother card revoked, in my opinion. You know what I mean? That's my opinion. I don't understand, because people will be like, why doesn't the mother because there'll be like certain women that won't put their dad on the dad on child support or go through the family course, and women will be like, why don't you do that? But a smart woman would understand, like, you can't have the courts involved in your family. That's crazy work. You know what I mean? When I say that's the only way I can say it. But we live in a time where women think it's just normal, to where I'm talking about where the dads really want to be involved with the kids, and the women are just like, no, I won't allow it. I won't not allow it. Now, in DDG's case, he might have to go to court to get this fixed. He might have to go to court, whether it's initiated by him or by her, but now he's going to have to go to court to get this fixed, where he's saying that the nanny is seeing his kid more than he is. That's usually, unfortunately, how it works. Women be complaining about, child rearing and raising the kid. The amount of times I hear women complaining about this stuff, you would think that they would just give dads full custody or primary custody, the way they complain about raising kids, right? But when push comes to shove, they're letting everybody raise the kid but the actual biological father.
It's like, bro, like, I don't want to get on the internet because at the end of the day, this is something that can really like for him. But I'm really just coming on this as just a dad that really don't know what to do at this point. I've been I've been dealing with this since he's been born damn near. It's like I really feel like I'm a fucking nanny at this point. The nanny has been able to have my son more than me. And I don't even know the nanny name. It's just not fair, bro. So I have to come on here and I got to do this, but I got to do like this. I got to go to court, do all this extra shit when it ain't even got to be like that, bro. Now, if y'all don't see me with my son every day, y'all know I stream every day. Every day I don't see my son, I'm going to number it. Let's see. I know she going to let me see my son now. This is the only way. It's like, bro.
So that's what ends up happening, you'll have dads. You'll hear this story a lot. You'll have a lot of dads. They'll wash their hands and they'll keep the receipts. You know what I mean? Or the attempts where they try to see their son and their mom blocked it. And then basically once the kid grows up, and then the kid will eventually approach the dad and be like, wait, why weren't you in my life? And then he'll have all the receipts of him trying and the mom blocking the attempts. Even I never did an episode on this, but Tupac's biological father finally came out and was just like, yeah, Tupac's mom blocked me out of his life. And he had all the proof, he had all the receipts. So all the people that were basically showing, Assata Shakur to be a saint, but she was just another bitter baby mother. You know what I mean? But the black community sees her as a saint. But meanwhile, she was doing this behind closed doors. And, yeah, God rest the dead. Rest in peace to Assata Shakur. But you was wrong and foul for that. And by the end of Tupac's life, Tupac was finally starting to get to know his real, his actual biological father. That's another part of the story that they won't tell you. And he started to learn what it was. Tyler, the Creator, he made a song or basically a whole album where he's speaking on how his mom, or speaking of a story of how his mom finally admitted that she blocked his father from his life. It wasn't he left. She blocked him from his life. You know what I mean? So now people are starting to finally catch on. I think people are starting to catch on what the situation is with these things, man. So unfortunately, yeah, it looks like DDG. Yeah, you gonna have to if you're not if the custody situation isn't off paper, not what you want to be, he might have to go to court. He might have to do it.
Now, if y'all don't see me with my son every day, y'all know I stream every day. Every day I don't see my son, I'm gonna number it. Let's see. I know she gonna let me see my son now. This is the only way. Behind closed doors, I have not been able to see my son. Only if we on perfect terms and she around is cool. But if we not, I don't get to see him.
And the reason why I believe him off rip, remember the show that I did? Probably not everybody saw it, but remember when DDG did the stream with his son at Kai Cenat's house, right? And Halle Bailey did a whole tweet about, oh, why do you have my son here and blah, blah, blah. And the men and the women called out Halle Bailey for for being a parent alienator, and then she ended up like deleting the tweet, and she blamed it on postpartum. Remember that? Oh man, I was like, oh, she blamed it on postpartum. We all saw that coming. Yep. We already know the playbook. And I'm talking about, it was men and women calling her out for trying to make it seem like DDG was bringing the son to a dangerous area. Because she made that tweet because she thought the internet was going to take her side. Then she ends up deleting it, and then she ends, oh, you have to forgive me. I was going through something, and I still need to be told, and I'm going through postpartum. And you're just like, oh, I was like, you bitch. Job like you're just like the others. Just like the others. Excuse me for one sec. Gotta take this swig. Oh man. Man. I don't think people probably might not remember that video I did, but it was probably on a live stream too. But I remember doing that story, and it was hilarious to me. Because she got called out by the men and women. And then she kind of like disappeared and stopped talking about DDG for a while because she made herself look like like she made herself look like a real ass. You know what I mean? And I started when I saw that, I was like, oh, I see who's the problem behind closed doors. I see who's the real problem. I see who's the problem behind closed doors. It's like, yo. Oh man. Let me hit this comment real quick. Let me see. Oh yeah, that is true. That is true. He said Truth Hunter said that, or she heard that she has other girls and been smashing and she's mad, so no kid. Yeah. Because DDG, he's still been Twitch streaming. He's been doing all these Twitch streams with all these broads. You know what I mean? So if you're a dude and you still got broads, whatever, and you got an ex with a kid, she's gonna put you through hell. And he's definitely not smashing her. He's definitely not smashing her. So she's gonna put him through hell. Corey Holcomb had the best advice. He said you have to continue to sleep with your baby mom if you want to still have your way in the kid's life. So it's a lose-lose situation, right? Yeah. Truth I said, if I'm a fan of if she needs support from someone, then she shouldn't have the kids. Yeah, exactly. Like what dudes need to do specifically, if she's still asking for more child support, but your custody arrangement is a certain way, you might just file for full custody. That's basically the new playbook, because clearly you need the help. Clearly you can't afford it, but since I'm being the one being outsourced, but you still don't want me there, you might as well give me full custody, right? So that's the new playbook. Yep. He said Asata, Educate Tyrone said Asata was no better than my Keisha grandmom who put my Filipino grandpop through hell. Yeah. Asata Shakur, she's been exposed. I don't know if I did not do the interview where they interviewed Tupac's dad, and then I started looking back at Tupac's old interviews, and I'm like, oh yeah, he would mention that. Oh yeah, I've been talking to my bio dad, and I started to get his side of things and whatnot. You know what I mean? And it's interesting. That was kind of during that time where you hear Tupac saying, "Bitches ain't shit. We don't love these hoes," right? And people took it as, oh yeah, he's RP now, and or he's finally seeing what hoes are doing after he got that fake, grape case put on him. But I think now, looking back, he's probably now not only taking that into account, he's probably starting to realize, like, yo, why did Mom, why did you keep me away from my bio dad for, this amount of time? So that was probably also part of that transformation, that we left out, that we that we conveniently left out of Tupac's story. Kolarvik says, I've been listening to Dear Mama by Tupac. Great tune, but the lyrics are very evident of what's going on today, where the courts helped the bitter mom chase the father away. He called his dad a coward. Exactly. But when he made that song, that was before he reconciled with his bio dad. That was before he reconciled with his bio dad, which is a part of the story that we leave out of the Tupac story. And here's how you know that Tupac's bio dad wasn't lying when he did that interview. He said, I don't want no money. He literally said, I want no money. I just want to put the story out. He said, I want zero money. He just want to make sure his name is cleared as a man and as a father. And I was like, yep, he's telling the truth. he asked, I'm talking about, he said, I don't want no money. Like he's like, this is zero to be about money. And on top of that, when I'm looking at Tupac's father, he's the only one still alive out of everybody. Tupac's stepdad died, right? I don't know if he's died, but he's not in a good place. Last I checked, Tupac's mom died, right? He's the only one still left breathing, the bio dad, and he looks great. No homo. He looks healthy. It is what it is. It is what it is. Now the truth, people are now starting to see the truth behind certain things. Yeah. So yeah, y'all saw that video I made with the Kai stream when DDG did the video with his son and Kai sent that, and she made a whole mess of it. But she ended up deleting the tweet and then ending up with a half-ass apology, and then she blamed it on postpartum. It was one of the funniest things. It was the most funniest, most obvious things that I saw, because I remember when she had dropped the tweet, there was dudes under the comment section. They were like, she's gonna blame it on postpartum next. Watch. It was dudes under her tweet saying, watch, is it when she gets called out, she's gonna delete the tweet and blame it on postpartum. And that's exactly what she did. It was brilliant. I thought that was brilliant. I thought that was brilliant. You see. Oh, let me play the video. Let me play the video.
I don't care to do girl content, whatever that has nothing to do with anything that's work. That has nothing to do with me wanting to be around my son, like whatsoever. I don't give who she fucking, who she talked to, who her is, who she fucking filming movies with. I don't give a fuck. I care about my son. That's all I care about. Literally, that's all I care about. And when that's taken from me, she know that's the only way I get frustrated. That's the only way she can get under my skin, because I don't care what she does. We haven't been together. Now, if y'all don't see me.
Yeah, DDG, I'm on his side. I'm on his side. He's what he's describing is the classic case of most American dudes. Like he's describing everything. Now, let's hit the next slide real quick.
Waking up every day, working, dealing with this shit on the same breath, nobody will really know. And she got this golden image that I've also protected. And I'm like, all right, cool. I'm gonna keep doing that because I'm a real. But this is foul, bro. Like, if I want to come get my son, I should be able to get my son. Plain and simple.
I agree. But like I said, if you live in America, which DDG is going to have to, unfortunately, is learning the hard way in America, if you're not together with the bish and she has a certain custody arrangement with the courts or whatever you arranged, if you want to see your son or your daughter outside of what the court mandates, the mom could literally call Amber Alert on you and you go to jail. Unfortunately, that's how America works. And DDG is going to find out, the hard way.
And I wasn't even coming to take him. Like today, I wasn't even going to take him out because he's sick. I'm like, all right, cool. I'm going to just grab my son and go hang out with him downstairs. Me and her don't really speak like that. I'm like, all right, cool. I'm going to take my son, go hang out downstairs. Whoop. I'm getting kicked out. No. Like it's conversations where it's like the that's said to me is so if you heard it, it's on some leave us alone type. I'm like, bro, waking up every day, working, dealing with this shit.
So according to him, he went to Hallie's spot to go get his son. She said that the Halo was sick. The son was sick. So he was just we'll just hang out together downstairs away from her. And according to DDG, he said he was kicked out. So who do you believe? I don't know. But I'm going to side with DDG on this one. I'm going to side with DDG because he's describing what he's describing is what's gonna happen to most men. That's why I say if you guys want kids, I'm talking about in America, if you want kids, you're gonna have to go the surrogacy route. Dude, I will be damned if I have kids in America and I'm trying to see my own kid and somebody's coming in between it and I can't see my own kid whenever I want. What? I'm talking about from ages 0 through 16 or 18, right? Ages 0 through 16 or 18. If I want to see my kid, I'm gonna see my kid. I can't where I'm risking my freedom to see my own kid. I have to go through the courts. I have to grant permission from the mom to see my own blood. Whoa. No, I'm not doing that. So if I'm gonna have a kid in the States, I'm saying in the States, I'm going the surrogacy route. I'm going to the surrogacy route. Now, if I want kids the quote unquote old fashioned way, I'll just have a kid overseas, right? Visit him for 3 or 4 months, then come back to the States, right? Work for 3 or 4 months, and then come back every other 3 or 4 months. People might think that way is crazy, but you will actually spend more time with your kids doing it that way than if you had kids in the state with a bish and you don't have primary custody. Even if you have 50-50, you will still see your kids more if you had them outside of the States. And then you can literally live down the street from them. Literally live down the street from them and still be put on 50-50, or you don't have primary custody and you're actually seeing your kids less than if you had your kids overseas. I cannot live in a system like that. It's either if I'm having kids in the States, it's going to be the surrogacy route. And if not that, then I will just have a kid overseas and then I'll just travel back and forth. I will be able to spend more time with my kids like that. Because I'll be damned if I got to go through the courts to see if the court system or a woman can put limitations on how much times I can see my son or my daughter. Or my transformer kid. whatever you did to the bastard. Right? I'll be damned. This is how America works.
On the same breath, nobody will really know. And she got this golden image.
Oh, my bad. Let me go to the next clip. Okay. So this is, I've been fighting to see my son for months now. He said, I haven't seen so DDJ say he hasn't seen his son for months. That's crazy. That's crazy. You know, but that's what happens when you leave that decision up to the mom, especially if you're able to live your life and move on and just still be prosperous. She's not like, unless if you're breaking her off a big ass check, she's not going to be cooperative with you. You know what I mean? And this is why, you know, even if you do try to do it off the books, she will still block you from seeing your son. You know, because I know I mentioned this already like 20 minutes ago, but the amount of complaining that women talk about, the emotional labor of raising kids, the the domestic labor, you would think that they would just be like, hey, just take primary custody just take primary custody so I can have this stuff off my plate. You would think that they'd be happy to have somebody like a DDG or a 50 Cent or a any of these people to just take the kid off their hands. No, they still don't want to give you primary custody. And if you have 50-50 custody, they look at it as a loss. If you as a man get 50-50 custody, women look at it as a loss. But at the same time, they complain so much about raising kids. So much so they don't want that. Women don't even want, they say they don't want kids. I'm talking about, they've made all these Instagram videos why they don't want to be a mom and all this stuff, yet they will keep a kid from somebody and then block the father from taking the kids off their hands. They will never even think about giving the father primary custody. You know what I mean? It's baffling to me, really. Very, very baffling. Let me see something. Real quick. I see somebody in the chat. Also, I wanted to give a shout out to, it was a woman in the chat when I was talking about incels or whatever. And I was just so happy when I saw the chat. I don't know if you remember, it was a stream I did a couple weeks ago, and I was explaining what the incels are, what the red pill is, and how these are separate things, and blah blah blah. And I was organizing what it is compared to what they're putting out there in social media. And there was like a woman in the chat who's clearly a subscriber of mine, and she was just like, "Oh, I didn't know. I looked at it the wrong way." And I wanted to give her a shout out, but I forgot what the profile name was. And I just wish people just had a mindset of, look, I thought some way, but somebody put me onto some new information with research, facts, data statistics, and like, oh, I didn't know. But most people, they'll just most people are willing to just stand on their ignorance and just run with a narrative. You know what I mean? I'm saying people in general. So I wanted to give her a shout out, but I don't know what her name is. But I saw somebody in this chat that's a little bit different. Yeah, Educated Tyrell said, I side with DDG. He's not lying. Like the way he's articulating himself, the what he's describing right now, he clearly thought it wasn't going to be this way. He clearly thought it wasn't. He thought it was going to be because what today's men think, they really think that the men of the past were really deadbeat dads. And I always say, no, that's not true. I battle against that narrative. Because I think deadbeat dads are a myth. That's just my opinion. I'm talking about even in the past. Even when back in the days, the dads would just be like, if they didn't get their way, they just start a new family. Even then, I don't think there was deadbeat dads. I think that's just something they use that to control men, because at the end of the day, men have the power when they walk away. At the end of the day, it's up to the woman for her to keep the man in the house. It's up to her. She needs to do everything in her power to keep the man home. That's my opinion. And by dangling that deadbeat dad narrative, it's just been making men do the most. Here you have the men that are the most active participants ever in terms of when it comes to fathers. These are the most active dads we've ever had, just ever, or men actually wanting to be dads. men trying. Yet the single mom rate is as high as it's ever been, and you have more women complaining about that about men more than they've ever had. So somebody's lying here. Somebody's lying, right? So this is like I'm sorry, I call cap. I call cap. That's the Bon Carrots. Oh no, sorry, Ban Carrots. My bad. I was thinking about Bon Meadow from the Get Backers. I'm sorry. Ban Carrots. He says this is what happens when you have babies out of wedlock. I don't know why it's so hard for people to practice safe sex. It blows my mind. But here's where I would disagree with you. This happens to men even if they do marry the woman and then they get a divorce. The woman will still implement the same parental alienation tactics. They will still implement the same parental alienation tactics. So even if DDG had married Halle Bailey, they'd be married for a little bit. They would be together a little bit longer, but they would have still gotten divorced, and it would have been a nasty divorce. It would have still been a nasty custody battle. You know what I mean? So it makes no difference. You know what I mean? It really makes no difference in this situation, because there's plenty of formerly married men that are going through the exact same thing that DDG is going through right now. Plenty. Out of the what's this, like 50 to 60% of marriages end in divorce, right? Actually, it's actually a higher percentage than that. You can't go by the divorce rate because they're using a different they're using a different equation. They're going by like the amount of marriages per year compared to the divorce. That's not the best way to make that equation. You got to look at all the marriages, right, from a certain year to a certain year. So say from like the 1980s through now, out of all the marriages, how many of them ended in divorce? And that should be the real divorce rate, but that's not what they do. Because that rate is like 70%. So most marriages end in divorce in the United States, right? So it's like 60 to 70% of marriages in general end in divorce. And then out of that percentage, 80% of divorces are initiated by women. And then it's like 90%. And then it turns into 90% if the woman is college educated, according to the statistics, right? But that's we've been saying that point for a while now. we've been saying that for a while. Yeah, he said DDG has more leverage than most, though, because he has some level of fame and arguably more money than his rich baby mom. Yeah, he probably does have. He probably low key has more money than her, but like I said, the streamers actually make more money, excuse me, than the musicians, right? But we'll see. We'll see, because it's going to court now. So he said this is going to court, even though he said he didn't want to go to court, but it looks like it's going to go to court. He said, yeah, the average middle class man doesn't have $1 million or $2 million cash liquid in the bank and a YouTube channel with 4 million subs. Exactly. So he'll be able to fight, quote unquote, fight. You know what I mean? To see for his kid. It's a shame that he has to do that, quote unquote, fight to see his kid. It's a shame he has to go through that, but that's how the system works, unfortunately. Oh yeah, shout out to Garrett in the chat, man. Shout out to the any Warband members coming through. You know, he said, yeah, kids are just an accessory to him. Yeah, women, like, because so I know where Truth Hunter was talking about the rant I was going on, where women will come, they complain about having kids and the emotional domestic labor. Then they'll have a dude that will take it off their hands, but then simultaneously fight that dude for custody. You have a dad that actually wants to be in the kid's life, that will take the kid off your hands, but they won't even think about giving him primary custody. It's very weird. Like, you know what? I might have to compare kids to modern women. Kids to modern women are like high heels. They love wearing them, but it hurts their feet so much. So by the end of the night, they end up having to take it off. And you're just like, why did you have it in the first place if you're just gonna take it off? And they're gonna need somebody, and then they'll need somebody to literally assist them walking. But they'll still want to, they still want to wear high heels. You know what I mean? They always want to wear high heels whenever they have the opportunity to do it. They want to wear high heels, even though it ends up hurting their feet. And I'm talking about they'll hate the high heels by the end of the night. I'm talking about they'll hate them, but they still wear them. They'll go out with certain men just so they can wear high heels. The reason, a lot of times they'll reject, shorter men or short men in general because they can't wear their high heels, even though it hurts their feet. It's, I think that's that's the only comparison I can make. You know what I mean? So educated Tyrone, he's in the chat. He's talking about Tyrone maxing, hood ninja maxing. Thug maxing. So yeah, thug maxing does work temporarily, and I'll keep it a buck with you. I tried it. It works. Thug maxing does work, but it's not the type of woman you're attracting is not really worth it. You know what I mean? Like you'll get a broad, but it's not what you really want. It's not what you really want. Okay, so Ban Carrot says it makes a massive difference legally. He'd have more rights over the kids than he does now if they were married. This was not inevitable. There was multiple ways he could have avoided this. That is true to an extent. To an extent. I know what you're saying though. I know what you're saying, because nowadays judges will be a little bit more lenient to the dads if, like, say if they were married, but the way the family court is set up is not, it's not favorable to men, period. You know what I mean? And it's only if the woman or the ex-wife or the baby mom, right? If she's acting a plump fool, that's the only way. That's the only way that the judge will see it on your side. Or you need to hope that you have a woman judge that has a boyfriend that's going through the same thing, or the woman judge has a husband that's going through the same thing with his ex-wife or his ex-baby mama. That's the only hope you have, as a man, married or not, going into family court. So on this channel, I don't want to mislead men, right? I'm not going to be like, oh, if you're married, you have more rights in the family court. Yeah, technically, but not really. If you a man in family court, there's no circumstantial things that can give you more rights in the court, in a family court. The way court works is if you can afford the justice, then you'll get it. You can't really you can't tell, like, the average man, oh, if you're married, you'll have more. No, that's not true. If you can afford to hire a certain person to represent you, or if you can hire somebody that knows how the system works, that's how you can get your way in the court system. Not by who you are or whether you're married or not. It's just who you know in the system. Can you find the right lawyer? Can you find the right officials? Can you is the right person being appointed as the judge? Especially when you talk about family court. Family court doesn't work as a regular court. It's like, it's a circus. Family court is a pure circus. You gotta understand what kind of ringmaster that you're you're dealing with. You gotta understand. You know what I mean? He said thug maxing is a cope for the most part. Yeah, that is true. That is true. Yeah, high heels. That's the only thing I could like. Women treat kids like high heels. That's the only comparison I can make it, because it would baffle me how much women would just, they always want to wear high heels, right? But then by the end of the night, they want to take them off. They can't walk nowhere. They want somebody to carry it. They get mad at the high heel. Like they'll be like this. You think the way they looking at it, you think they finna throw it in the garbage. But they want to wear them. They will go out with specific men so they can just sport their high heels, right? They'll be like, there's certain men that they'll reject because they can't wear their high heels with those dudes. Even though those same heels are gonna hurt, like she's not gonna finish the night with those same high heels on. she's not gonna finish the night with those high heels. So that's kind of how women treat kids, particularly nowadays. But that's just my opinion. Exactly. So yeah, that's where I agree. So Ben Carrot says thug maxing is a terrible idea. You're just inviting hood rats into your life at that joint. At that point. Yeah, I agree with that. I agree. That's why I would tell dudes don't do it. Because I did it. I'm not even going. I did that, especially particularly during the pandemic. I did that. I'm not even gonna hold you. It was the perfect opportunity. It was the perfect opportunity, and I took it, and it worked, but not in a good way. It was work, but like the energy that you attract is not good energy, so it's not worth it. Okay, let's see. Oh yeah, this is one I wanted to focus in on the comments real quick, right? Because it's a lose-lose situation. So right here. So right here, this is a woman. This is a woman in the comment section. She says, "What kills me about him is that he states he should be able to get his son whenever he feels like, and that's false." She goes on to say, "Y'all are no longer together, and you have to respect her wishes and her boundaries now that they are co-parenting. Things are different. Also, you stream every day, and she probably don't want her son on that. Regardless, this should be handled and taken care of behind closed doors as a family. He's corny, running online to vent about it." Now, you'll have hoes all day on here. We're even going to talk about Dr. Umar Johnson's estranged daughter running on here saying he's a deadbeat. He doesn't want to pay me this. He missed child support payments. Most men don't get the chance to say their story first. He's just making sure he puts his story out. Men are now putting their story out there first because they don't want to be labeled as a deadbeat, because they really think the men of the past were deadbeats, but they weren't. They were being alienated, right? So let's analyze her comment. She's mad. She look at the first part. She says, "What kills me about him is that he states he should be able to get his son whenever he feels like it, and that's false." So she's mad at him because he wants to see his son more. He wants to see his son whenever he feels like. I'm like, I thought that's what you want. I thought you wanted dads to be. So you mad at him for trying. And she thinks that he shouldn't be allowed to see his son whenever he feels like it. So when I tell you, when I'm doing this channel, you're never going to see me debate women on this channel, because this is the type of mindset that they have. They're insane. She doesn't even understand how insane that sounds. She doesn't even understand how crazy that sounds. But most women are gonna take her side because it sounds right to them. But to any person with common sense that's looking at this straight, they're gonna be like, "I thought you wanted men to be around more, so you're mad at him for wanting to be around more." And then on top of that, women complain about the emotional labor of raising kids and feeling like I'm doing this all by myself and all this stuff. So why don't you give the man more custody, or better yet, give him full custody? If you give a man full custody, he's not going to block the woman from seeing her, the kid. Even if he had full custody outside of the courts, that same man would never block the woman from seeing the kid. But whatever custody arrangement that he has with the woman is going to use whatever tools she has at her disposal to block the father from seeing the kid. Right? But let's look at the replies to see if anybody caught on to how insane she sounded. Well, at least there was one. Oh, there's a woman in there. It looks like that disagreed with her. But like I said, that's why that's why I'm like, because I showed you that comment from the woman that wanted to come on my show to debate me about the female journalist type thing. And I'm like, bruh, you're not coming on my platform. You're not coming on my platform. You're crazy as hell. You're insane. I'm not. This is not going to be a debate in good faith. It's not. That's why I'm not going to have women on my channel. How do you argue with somebody with that kind of a mentality where you're mad at him wanting to see his own son? You think he's committing a crime because he's not going through her or the courts to see his own kid? What? Crazy work, man. Yeah, respect her boundaries. Yeah, what do you mean respect her boundaries? He wants to see his kid. That's why I always say co-parenting. What's it? This thing, co-parenting, whatever they want to call it. That we'll see the damage. The effects. The effects of that later on down the line. We don't really have any studies that shows the long-term effects of quote unquote co-parenting, but that's going to have some tragic results with that as well. You see, Gary Grant says, and at the same time, those same women will ask, where are all the good men at? Yeah. And remember, I did a video where I showed a comment of one of the girls where she says, I don't know what she said, I don't know what a good man is. I'm like, that's sad. I mean, that's sad, but it was a BW too, mind you. So like we already know it's only in her mind it's just street ninjas or bust. That's it. So she doesn't even know like what a regular dude or regular working citizen that doesn't exist to her. Is either a street ninja or an unemployed street ninja. That's her only options in her mind. Yeah, Truth Hunter said, and they will act like a creep and stalk and film men without their knowledge, but respect their boundaries. Oh yeah, that just happened recently to me. Even though this is a bit of a funnier story. So recently, right, is this girl that wanted, like at first she wanted to go out with me, right? I asked her, but and she was like, "Oh yeah," but lo and behold, this bitch filmed me without my consent. And I already know what that was. She filmed me to get the hyenas to say to basically give me a check mark. Yes or no, should I give him a chance? Right. And I already know most times I'm gonna fail that. If I get that film test, I'm gonna fail that. So I'm like, so why this? I'm like, this bitch put me on her. She put me on her story, like, and then literally like 2 or 3 days later, I said, hey, you want to pull and no, after I asked her out, then I text her like a couple of days later. Hey, yo, you want to meet me here to whatever? Not to smash, but just to meet up. Then she started getting cold feet. Then the next day I get the text, maybe we shouldn't do this. And I'm like, damn, I didn't pass the film test. I didn't pass the group chat test. Y'all know what I'm talking about. That group chat test. Like if she has like friends, or in her case, she has 3 sisters. Or she has 3 sisters, right? So you already know I'm not gonna pass that. That's way too many roadblocks for me to go on, because I'm not handsome enough to be where, or I'm not in that class to where she's not gonna put me through her filter of friends. You know what I mean? Because if a woman likes you enough, she's not gonna put you through that filter where she's gonna put you in a group chat in her friends. Should I go for this or not? Right? So I'm one of those people where she's gonna put me through that filter. And if you don't pass that, a lot of men are not gonna pass that test. You don't pass that test, she's gonna find an excuse not to be with you. You know what I mean? So yeah, I didn't, but she filmed me without like I was offended by that. I was like, what the, but I didn't say anything. She put me on her story, like she filmed me because I invited her to one of my shows. So she filmed me, and then she put like the caption "locked in," and just zeroed right in on me. I was just like, what the fuck? All right. I let it go, but I let that go, but I was like, I knew exactly what that was. She still wasn't sure. She still wasn't sure on me. So I already know I'm not going to pass that test. I'm not going to pass that filter through her group chat friends, and then on top of that, she got 3 sisters. I'm not going to pass that test. And then on top of that, she already has my Instagram. Like she has like my main. She has this Instagram, mind you, the Instagram that you guys know, that you see on the box. She got like my main Instagram. You know what I mean? So I'm like, I ain't for the. I ain't gonna pass that. No, she don't got my music Instagram. She has this Instagram right here. You know what I mean? Mind you, she asked to meet up with me lately. She was the one that initiated that, but I had to still ask her out, obviously. Hold on. Let me get my tissue real quick. My bad. My mouth is super dry. Pause. Yeah, here we go. But yeah, you're not. I was like, most times I'm not gonna pass that test. That's why, I will say this. It was a lot of. There's a lot of benefits with me, where when I was going out with certain white girls, right? They wouldn't put me out there because a lot of them didn't want their folks to know what was going on with me and them. So that's kind of like the benefits of going out with a lot with Caucasian women at times. Like she won't OD put me out there. If we sneaking around, she won't put me out there. You know what I mean? So that is the benefit of going out with Caucasian girls, even though that's not my preference. But the discretion, I always respected that. But when you're going out, especially because that was a black girl, right? So I already know everything is out there. Everything's out there. And since I'm not a Pookie per se, right? I'm not a Tyrone per se. She's gonna put me through a filter. And if the beehive doesn't approve, she's not gonna approve. Van Kara says BWs don't want good men. Good men are the backup plans for them. Yeah, exactly. But mind you, she was wait, hold on, what? Because I met her when she was like, because I met her a couple years back, but there was no, she had followed me voluntarily a couple years back. I didn't follow her, right? But you know, we ended up meeting. But she right now she's what, like she can't be no more than 23 years old. So I don't know. She can't be no more than 23 years old. But she has that filter. She got to put me through that filter. He said, Truth Hunter said, I call it the feminine cult test. Getting tested by a cult. Yeah. Truth Hunter said, had one girl try that ish on Facebook when I was younger. So I told her, let's not do this. I like to date strong women with their own minds. Well, like Truth Hunter, I'm gonna keep it a buck with you. When it comes to me and dating, I'm very like chill. So I'm not gonna OD tell the girl, like, or say if a girl's with me and we're dating and she does something out of bounds, I won't say anything. I'll just be like, man, this probably not gonna work out, right? I'm not gonna obsess over it. That's why, I'll say especially around 2020, I'll say 2021, 2022, and to a lesser extent 2023, I started trying to casually date women that weren't they weren't trying to put a label on things. So that was actually healthier for me. So I'll say I'll say this, the healthiest dating life that I had, I will say, would be from the years 2020. I can't say 2020, but I'll say the healthiest datings, or like the healthiest sexual life that I had was, I'll say, from the years 2021 through 2023. I'll keep it a buck with you. Like, that was probably the most help in terms of the balance that I had in terms of dating, sex life, etc., etc. That was probably the more stable dating life that I had from like 2021 through 2023. Because particularly during that time, the woman I'll be with, or the girls I'll be with, it wasn't a rush to do certain things. And on top of that, during that time, I'm gonna keep it a buck, zero black women. I'm sorry to say, zero, like, probably. Oh no, it was one or two that I probably smashed, one or two, but I can remember them. I can remember them. That's how little, you know what I mean? Just, it was very little. You know what I mean? By the way, one of those girls, she's missing. I don't even know where she at. I remember trying to contact her like a couple years back, and nobody's heard from her. So I don't know what she got her. I don't know what she got herself into. So yeah, during that time, from 2021 through 2023. So I was ages 22. Yeah, 22, 23, 24. So that's probably been the healthiest, where it was a healthy balance of what I was having. Right. Truth Hunter said, for me, when I was 26 through 28. So yeah, right now I'm 26. Right. Let me see some. And the irony is, I was probably the busiest during that time too. So that's one of the biggest ironies on that. From 2021 through 2023, that was when I really started gigging, like, seriously, and started being actually, like, where I had no time to do, like, I was just hustling. I was either working or gigging. So that's the biggest irony of that Like now I have a little bit more free time due to certain circumstances, positive and negative. And now it's a struggle. You know what I mean? So that's the biggest irony of the whole thing. Consent. But yeah, I remember, yeah, that broad, like she straight up filled me with that. I'm like, and I already know what that was. That rubbed me the wrong way. I was like, oh, here we go. Anywho, let me see. Do I have another DDG post? So yeah, we got the reactions obviously to what DDG's going through. Right? So you have the public reacting to it. Let's see this real quick. He said, at first I was with DDG about fathers not being able to see their children because of bitter baby moms, but now he's doing too much. If you're able to make so he made a song about it. So what's wrong? So what's wrong with him doing that? He said he was going to take it to court. You see, DDG made a song about not taking his son. Man say, dude seems immature as F, but he knows how to capitalize. Bruh, he's already a streamer. He doesn't need his son to capital. Oh my goodness. He said DDG took his business with Hallie on Twitch where he gets paid, posted a YouTube video about it where he gets paid, previewed a song about it that'll be monetized when released. This is all planned out for money, attention, and control, and it's obvious as F because he won't go to court. No, he's gonna use that money and he's gonna use that money off that song, and I bet you he's gonna use it for the lawyers or the he's gonna use that so he can pay the right people so he can see his son more. so he's not OD losing money off his end because he's already making money, but going to court is costly. He has plans. He's gonna use that money to offset the financial loss of what he shouldn't even have to fight for in the first place. But like I said, you're dealing with normies here. He said the DDG song "Go Hard," I cannot lie. He said this ninja DDG did all this because he's dropping a song for Halo. Okay, so let me see. So the song is here, it looks like. I think. Let me see. What it's not.
Cause you all I got. I'm just having fun. I don't love these thoughts. You told me that you gon' move on, but I know you not trying to make me pay.
Okay, so he dropped the song about his son. First of all, he's not the first person to do that. Like, do y'all remember Don Tripp? He made a really very powerful song in around 2011, 2012. A Letter to My Son. Or yeah, it was Don Tripp featuring CeeLo, and he wrote a song about not being able to see his son. This is not something new. This is stuff that a lot of rappers have done this. Where they've rapped about the custody battles and all this. Like I done seen ninjas drop whole mixtapes over this stuff. And they're talking about, they clout chasing. Nah, they're putting their story out there. But like I said, anytime if a man has any grievances, he's just not allowed to complain about it. So I don't know. Oh, I gotta understand too. I'm 26 years old, so I gotta remember that you got a new generation. They're looking at this. They're probably 17, 18, 19 years old. They were born in the years, like they were born. I'm talking about you got to remember when you on Twitter, you got to be careful because you might be arguing with somebody that was born after the year 2006. This is what people got under. I'll talk about, the people that were born in 2006, they're 18 now. They're 18. They're 19 now. So you're probably arguing with somebody born after the year 2008. So they don't know yet. So they don't understand the game. They weren't even alive long enough to really hear rappers like a Don Tripp, right? Ace Hood. There was a time Ace Hood was one of the hottest young rappers out there. It seems like yesterday to me, but 2008 was 16 years ago. You know what I mean? So that's something that I gotta be conscious of. Truth Hunter says, few times one stalker tried filming me outside my house, and an ex-F buddy filmed me at school. She snuck in the showers. Yeah. But the problem is you can't even put a restraining order really does nothing, because the courts, they don't really, if a man puts a restraining order on a woman, they don't really take it seriously. So let me see more reactions. He said this ninja did all this because he's dropping a song for Halo. Halle, baby, you better get some good sneakers and a good lawyer, because he about to have you running back and forth to the courthouse. He probably dropped the song. Y'all think I feel like he made the song like when he made the song is irrelevant in my opinion. But they act like he made the song like before he even got with Halle.
Like, bro, like I don't.
Oh yeah, so that's the videos that we saw.
Up every day work.
Yeah, those are the videos that we saw already. DDG explains why he doesn't want to go to court over visitation issues regarding Halo. Let's take a listen.
I want to go to court because it's going to make her unhappy. Because ain't going to be no, I'm not getting no public defender. You feel me? I don't want to do that. And then the judge be like, oh, we see you a great ass dad. We never see this from black folks. This is a rarity. Get this the whole summer. Now what? Like we don't need that. Or we can just be like, all right, cool. We get cool. Everything's smooth. Boom. It ain't even got to be that. That's the reason I don't want to go to court. But it is what it is, man. That's the life. That's the real life behind the entertainment, the content. I don't want to go to court. We speak through somebody in my family in order for me to see him, because me and her don't get along.
Fair use, by the way, my fault. Fair use.
I was told to pull up to see my son. I pull up to see my son and I get kicked out. Like, imagine somebody texting you like, hey, your son's sick, come see him. I was really supposed to pick him up, but I'm like, nah, you know what? I ain't gonna pick him up. I don't want to bring him outside because he's sick. I don't want to take him out of the crib. You feel me? So I'm like, I ain't gonna take him out the crib. I'm gonna just pull up and then I'm gonna just kick it with him downstairs, and then you can stay upstairs or whatever, and then let me just bond with him for at least an hour, 2 hours, maybe just, just kick it with him, feed him something, just regular little dad, it make him feel a little better, lay down, watch a movie or something. And I was told to get out. I just didn't understand it, and I just got frustrated. I might have came on. We speak.
Next clip.
I might have came on live a little impulsively. Is that how you say the word? I might have came on here a little impulsively, but what I said is how I felt at the time. I might have came on live a little impulsively. Is that how you say the word?
I'm not posting me and
Okay, so that's
don't take my son.
so that's the song.
Cause he all I got. I'm just having fun. I don't love these thoughts. You told me that you gon' move on, but I know you not trying to make me pay.
Okay. So somebody said this dude said black fathers taking care of the kids is a rarity. No, he's saying that's what the courts are gonna see. In most situations, Black men are trying to avoid courts, no matter the circumstances. You know what I mean? So if they do see a black dad in a family court with paper fighting for custody of the kid, they're going to be like, oh, because there's always that narrative that, you know, black men are not are deadbeat dads, which is a myth. But most black men, they don't want anything to do with the courts. So if they do see a black man in the courts, which is happening more often now, obviously. If they see a black dude in court with paper fighting for custody, he's probably going to get leniency from the judge because of the quote unquote rarity of it. That's what he was trying to say, in my opinion, right? But most black men, they try to avoid being in court, just in general. Why do you think you be seeing Tyrese crying all the time? You don't want to be nowhere near that court. Court is not somewhere like we are like ninjas already know we not trying to be in court. Whether it be family court, regular court, even though that's changing, but just in general, we're not trying to be in court. But anyways, let's move on to Dr. Ifatunde. Right? I had the Twitter up. Here we go. Do we got the video? Should be on my Twitter, but whatever. Here we go. Let's bring up the initial video of the of Nisa. She says she's mind you, she's like 22 years old. She says she's the biological daughter of Dr. Umar Johnson. They've been in contact, according to her. So let's see what she's about. Fair use. Fair use, by the way. This is her TikTok. Let's put the speed up higher because hoes be rambling. 1.5 might be too fast, but let's see how it sounds like at 1.5 speed.
Hey TikTok, so I just wanted to come on here with a small short announcement. I just want to start this video off by saying I'm not trying to get clout. I literally just want to have a conversation with my father. My biological father is Dr. Umar. He has another daughter. I tried to contact him about, getting to know my sister on my dad's side. I asked him if he knows her or if he has her number. He ignored me and never responded. I'm 22 years old now. My dad has never been to anything important, no graduation, no birthday parties, nothing. He has not been in my life. Again, I'm not making this video to bash him. I'm making this video to state facts, okay? You can't get on Instagram and get on social media and portray to be an activist and talk about how black kings need to be with black women, but you're not even in your black woman's daughter's life. It doesn't make sense. You're being a hypocrite. And it's frustrating because I reached out to you. I reached out to you. I shouldn't have had to do that. I'm your daughter. But I'm smart enough and logical enough to know that you would never reach out to me because you don't have my phone number. And I'm pretty sure you wouldn't try to reach out to me because for what? I don't want anything out of you. I want nothing but a conversation. Forget the relationship. I really don't care too much about that at this point. I just wanted a conversation out of you and you shut me down. You ignored me. You should never be too busy for your daughter ever in life. So I just wanted to make this video.
She's doing a lot of capping right now, but we're gonna let she's doing a whole lot of clap. First of all, when she just starts off the video talking about I'm not cloud chasing, that's cap. Already cap number one, and then now we're oh man, we gonna let it play because the video, it says 5 minutes long, but playing at 1.5 speed should make it a little bit faster. So we'll see.
To just try to, I guess, somehow find my sister on my dad's side. So if you see this, please reach out to me. Please DM me because I want to know who you are.
If you wanted to find your sister on your dad's side, you could have found that without mentioning Dr. Umar Johnson by name. You're cloud chasing. You're definitely cloud chasing, and it sounds like you're broke or whatever child support money that was involved with you the dad, oh sorry, you and Dr. Umar and your mom. Yeah, it sounds like you're broke. I'm not even gonna hold you. It sounds like you broke and you cloud chasing.
Why do I have siblings out there that I don't know about? It's unfair. And you know, deadbeat fathers is very common nowadays, especially in the Black community, right? We all know Dr. Umar reps the Black community or whatever, but you can't
Cap again. There's no such thing as deadbeat dads. Let's continue.
rep that if you're not even in your daughter's life. You're moving backwards. You're moving backwards. It's not making sense. To the public, you look like this person, but in private, you a whole nother person. And I'm not bashing you. I just don't understand why you're ignoring me. I'm 22 years old and you have yet to be in my life. No graduation.
Nah, I see why. It's not. It's looking at how you are. I'm not gonna. Yeah, I'll keep it a buck. I might be jumping to conclusions here a little bit, but it's the way your demeanor is. You act like your mom. I'm not gonna hold you. Your mom probably acts exactly how you acting right now, and it's the same way like when Marquise Jackson talks. He talks like his mom, but he looks like 50 Cent. It's a weird thing, but and I guess in her case, you look like your mom. You ain't shit like your mom. You broke like your mom. You know what I mean? So I'm pretty sure there have been attempts where Dr. Umar would try to make an attempt and the mom was blocking him out of your life. I would definitely like to hear Dr. Umar Johnson's side of things. I did actually I had the video, but I don't think I saved it. I'm gonna have to look for it. But I'm pretty sure Dr. Umar Johnson has receipts of him actually trying, but the mom and you, let's keep it a buck, was blocking him. Now it's like, now you're 22 and you're broke. You don't have a plan. Now you're trying to use your biological father for clout. You're using his name for clout because his name means something. His name generates clicks and views.
No parties. When I get married, are you going to be at the wedding? Are you going to walk me down the aisle? Yo, I have a stepdad who has been in my life since a little girl. He has been in my life. And I thank God for him because my biological father couldn't even do that, y'all. My biological father is not even on my birth certificate because when my mom had me, he left. And I do have a DNA test. So yes, I can prove that's my father. I would never get on here and lie to y'all. That's kind of sick and delusional and crazy. But I'm just making this video because I want to find my sister. And when
she said I wanted to make this video so I could find my sister. So why mention Dr. Umar Johnson's by name? Oh my God, man. Too much capping, man. This bitch is a capologist. Oh my goodness, man. Hold on for a sec. Just keep this playing real quick.
I reached out to him about giving me her number or if he even had it. I was ignored. So now I guess I have to take matters into my own hands. So if you see this video, sister, please reach out to me because if he's not going to allow us to be in contact, I'll do it myself. I just want to end this video by saying that daughters who have deadbeat fathers should not have to go through this. This is very present in the Black community. And as an activist, I would.
Oh yeah, somebody has sent me the screenshots. So she does have like the screenshots of the text messages that she sent Umar, and it's the most sus text messages I've ever seen in my life. You got to see those messages. I'm gonna have to find that.
Would not think that you would be a deadbeat because you rep the Black community so much. It doesn't make any sense. You cannot be a hypocrite. You can't say do A, but you're doing B. It doesn't make any sense. So y'all already heard my mission for this video. Y'all already heard why I'm making this video. So if she can reach out to me, I would love that. I would love to have a conversation with you because you are my sister on my father's side that I have never met. I don't even know your name. I don't even know how old you are. I have a sister on my mom's side and I'm the oldest. I'm pretty sure that my sister that's on my dad's side, I'm probably older than her. I'm supposed to be guiding her. I'm supposed to be teaching her things because you as the father, you're not doing that. So let me do that as an older sister. But that's the end of this video. As I stated in the beginning of this video, I'm not trying to bash this man. I'm stating facts. Facts. And in the next clip, I will show y'all the screenshot of me trying to reach out to him and he ignored me after I asked him if he had my sister's phone number. So here you go.
Okay, yeah, this is the screenshots right here. So this bitch is the Fed. She's the feds. I don't know. I can't zoom in more. So she texts her bio dad, Dr. Umar, a picture. I don't know what this picture is. He replies, "Peace and Pan-Africanism. If this is in fact my daughter, is there a reason why you're not messaging me directly from your cell phone?" So already, mind you, Dr. Umar Johnson, he's in the gray, she's in the blue. So already Dr. Umar is like, yo, this is sus. Why are you not messaging me directly from the phone? What's going on here? She says, "This is my iCloud, but my phone number is blank, blank, blank." He goes, "Okay, text me from your phone." She goes, "This is Anissa," right? This is her name, or Nisa for short. He goes, "This is a different number. Why the different number? 267 or 443? 443. So he's like, yo, she's up to something. his antennas are up. He's like, she's up to something. And then look at this loaded ass question. This this is why I say this. You in today's age, when it comes to women, please limit your text messaging when it comes. These bitches are they assist the state, meaning when you're texting women, just know that your stuff is getting screenshotted. So right here, she asks a loaded ass question right here. She says, "Do you have any other children? I would love to meet them." "Do you have their numbers?" This is a loaded question. And of course he didn't reply to that. Because already off rip, you're messaging him off of a different account. So his antennas are already up. So he's like, whoa, what's going on? Now, all of a sudden, after you confirm your identity, then you ask this loaded ass question. And you know what it reminds me of? Do you remember that Boondock scene when they was trying to get Riley to give up the they were telling Riley like, yo, you have to cooperate with the authorities. But Riley didn't want to be a snitch. And then they sent in Tom's daughter. He said, "You can tell me, Riley. I won't tell anybody." I don't know. Can I bring up that video without it being copyrighted? That was one of the funniest things I ever saw. Let me see. Riley Freeman snitch daughter. I don't know if anything's gonna come up for the if I put that in. Because it was yo, remember y'all don't y'all remember this episode on the Boondocks? That was hilarious, man. She said, "Can I sit next to Riley? I'm not wearing a wire." Crazy.
What are you guys talking about? Are you talking about who's doing the break-ins? If you know, you can tell me. I won't tell anybody.
Jasmine, are you wearing a wire?
What the hell is this? A snitchathon? Man, it's
That's like, if I see a text message like that, especially out of the blue, I'm gonna be like, "Oh, she the feds." Yeah, facts. Or let me see, right here. Truth Hunter says her last message sound like something you'd see from an Indian scammer. Facts. Like, clearly you're up to no good. You're asking a question like that out of nowhere. Do you have any other siblings? Or I'll be thinking you the IRS or somebody. Like, whoa, what's going on? So the king of Pan-Africanism responded to her, right? I don't know if they have the video. I think that they should have the video of the response. She said, "Oh man, they should have the video because I saw the video of the response." Let me see. Oh man, they don't have the. They don't have the. I guess they don't have the video. I wanted to show. I wanted to show the video of that. But basically, he's saying, like in that video, he's saying, "You dude, like I've been paying child support ever since you came out the womb. What are you talking about? I'm a deadbeat." Right? I might have to. Well, maybe is it on his? It might be on his main Instagram. It might be off his main Instagram. Let's take a look. Umar. Here we go. Is it? Oh no, he ain't. Oh man, don't tell me he deleted it. His people probably told him to delete that. No. Let me see something real quick. Umar Johnson. See this real quick. I don't know why they're not showing the his response to the slander. Because he was on point. They probably deleted that video off the internet. But basically in that response, he said, "Look, I've been paying child support for you ever since you were a kid. He said, I had all the receipts." He said, "Stop clout chasing." So that was his response to her. That's a damn shame I can't find it. But yeah, that message, if I get a message like that, that is sus as hell. That's super sus. I'm sorry. That's very sus. And Truth Hunter is right. Like that sounds like something like from that's something I expect from a scammer, especially then using a different account. You're just like, what the F? You know? It's very weird. Very weird. Umar Johnson daughter. Let me see if we got the hot new hip hop. Yep, here we go. We're on Yahoo Entertainment. Yahoo Entertainment. It says Dr. Umar responds to deadbeat father claims by alleged daughter. Dr. Umar Johnson is at the center of a family dispute after a young woman claiming to be his daughter took to social media to air her grievances about his alleged parenting. Her name, Nisa the Goat. Oh my God. She said, "I want to find my sister on my dad's side. If you see this, please reach out to me. Thank you." No. I will say this, and maybe I'll say this. Maybe Umar Johnson did get wind that you were trying to get in contact with his other offspring, and he's blocking that because he doesn't want you to spread your nonsense to the younger kids that he has out of wedlock. It's like imagine like, yo, because you know Marquise Jackson, right? 50 Cent's first son. Imagine if he said, "Oh, I want to get in contact with 50 Cent's second son, the one that he got by Daphne Joy." I don't even think even Marquise. I don't even think even he's brave enough to say something stupid like that. I don't even think he's. I think I'll like he. I think he get touched up if he says something like that. Oh, it says in a since deleted post, Johnson dismissed Nisa's claims, accusing her of using his name for clout, trying to build your streamer struggles off my back, coming out of nowhere, acting like you've been looking for me. Get Mama Smurf. I will have my white man paperwork. When can we do this sit down? Been paying child support since you came out the womb. Deadbeat who? Oh man. He says Nisa needs to keep the same energy and bring her mother to the table. Well, that's not going to happen because if they were to have an actual sit down, nah, that's not because I remember even Corey Holcomb said that like daughters will find out that their moms purposely alienated, the father from the kid, and they will still take the mom's side. So I don't even think that would help. It's very rare that the daughter's going to abandon the mom, even if the mom is being a pure lunatic. It's very rare, very very rare, very rare. I do know we have more of it. So right here we have Dr. Umar Johnson's full post. Or I think we have like more videos. So I'm not going to read all the. So we're basically to summarize it all up. To summarize it all up, he just thinks she's reaching for money, and that's what she's doing. You know what? Before we go into this, I'll read the whole thing. I won't skip. I won't cut corners. I'll read the whole thing. So somebody asked the question, Dr. Umar, I'm sorry you have to go through this. Can you provide a little insight into what's going on with your daughter right now? So we'll read the whole thing. It says Dr. Umar Johnson writes a lengthy response to his daughter, Nisa, regarding their relationship. Dr. Umar Johnson says his daughter is looking for a money grab and is clout chasing after she hopped on live, stating she wants to be paid $3K to $10K for interviews. Oh Lord. So let's read let's read Dr. Umar Johnson's response. Let's zoom in real quick. He said, family, this is a money grab, nothing more and nothing less. My daughter and I have been in contact with each other for several years now. She has reached out to me intermittently for the past 8 years or so since high school. My number has not changed in 20 years. This was done intentionally so that my children could always contact me no matter what. Okay. He says, each and every time that I have heard from my child, I've asked to see and spend time with her. She has never accepted my request for a meeting in all of these years. Okay, so that's this is basically like this is very similar to the Keenan do you know that actor Keenan Mitchell from what's his name? The black actor Keenan Mitchell? I think that's his name. Let me see. This guy. Yeah, Keenan Mitchell. This guy. So you remember this situation with him where he was active in his daughter's life, and then she came out of nowhere saying that he was a deadbeat, and then he literally came out with the paperwork showing that he was, anytime he went to the court to talk about custody time so he can gain more custody of his daughter, the baby mom, or his ex-wife, right? So to the person that was saying, oh, if you got married, it would be different. No. So his ex-wife, anytime he would petition his ex-wife for custody modifications, she would not show up to court. So he wasn't able to do anything about it. So he would literally set up these court dates. He would show up, she wouldn't show up, and the courts would just delay the process. So nothing was able to be done because the courts never held Keenan's ex-wife in contempt of not showing up for court. That should have been a punishment on her, but the courts did nothing about it. And he had all the paperwork showing that. So this is very similar. This is very similar. He said, each and every time that I've heard from my child, I've asked to see and spend time with her. She has never accepted my request for a meeting in all of these years. So clearly the mom has gotten to the child. Her mentality has spread to the daughter. So there's no saving her. There's no rescuing that. So he probably it looks like that mentally he's just washed his hands of her. Just mentally. He said, as soon as I mentioned wanting to see her, the conversation drops immediately until she decides to bless me with another random text message the following year. I often felt that I was being intentionally played with, but continued to press for the opportunity to meet her. She did once provide some insight when she texted, my mother doesn't want me communicating with you at all. Currently, she is being completely dishonest and acting like I haven't been trying to connect with her. Every time I've asked to see her, she would cut off the conversation. This has went on for nearly a decade. If you're able to text your father randomly when you feel like it, why couldn't you text him a graduation invitation or meet with him just once? And by the way, forget just her. Why hasn't the mom invited the bio dad, Dr. Umar, to the graduations? Why hasn't she been like, yo, your daughter's having this, oh, your daughter's participating in this sports event or blah, blah, blah. So she has a lot of guilt in this circumstance too as well. He said, just 24 to 48 hours prior to this money grab campaign of hers, I had posted several voiceover videos from various sisters on social media. I had never posted so many of them at once before. Additionally, I posted a screenshot of my monthly Instagram views, which is around 18 million views monthly. My daughter, seeing all of the free publicity these women were receiving, seized upon the opportunity to help herself to some free promotion as well through a slander campaign against her father for views and money. If the situation is about getting some answers, why are you bragging about all the views your slander videos are getting? And why are you telling people they have to pay you $5,000 for an interview? And I'm about to show you some of the videos. It looks like they have the videos of her saying that, yo, if you want to interview with me, you need to pay me $5,000 to $10,000. So clearly this is what she's trying to do. He goes, anyone with half of a brain would have to ask themselves why all of this energy and at this particular time. Simple, it is a status and money grab at the expense of my name, a simple crash out campaign for clout, cash, and a come up. However, that's not my main concern, as I'm sure when the YouTubian struggle streamer community is done exploiting, using, and weaponizing my child against me, they will certainly turn on her, as their only loyalty is to the popularity of their platform. And at that time, when this is no more of a story and there's no more money to be made, maybe then we can finally build a relationship. She has no idea as to what she's doing, nor of the long-term ramifications of this behavior upon her public reputation. My major concern is why her mother is allowing her daughter to expose herself to the public in this way. I have enemies, real enemies, and they come in every class, color, and culture. I am not an entertainer. I am an activist. No one should know who Dr. Umar's children are, and for their own safety. I'm an activist who receives threats against my life regularly. Why hasn't she put a stop to this? Are you really going to allow our child to interview with these viciously unscrupulous social media personalities who are old enough to be her parents? What honest answers can she offer, as she wouldn't dare expose her mother's role in all of this, and she doesn't know enough about me to offer these haters anything of substance. All she can offer is clickbait. At this point, I wouldn't want my youngest daughter communicating with her until she starts conducting herself as a young lady. She is not the example my baby needs to see in an older sister. I can't believe her mother excluded me from her life to only allow my child to become another social media addict. The only thing worse than a parent who plays hide and seek with your child is one who doesn't do a good job at being a parent in the first place. So I am definitely on Dr. Umar Johnson's side on this, because clearly this is the mom being the puppet. The mom, the mom is being the puppet master behind the daughter right now. It's clear as day, But this is a classic technique, and we saw it. Like I said, we saw it through Marquise Jackson, 50 Cent's first son. Truth Hunter says younger girls suffer from SMSS, single mother Stockholm syndrome. I agree. I would agree with that, because Corey Holcomb has said similar. Corey Holcomb has said similar. Ban Kara said, "How should men go about avoiding these custody disputes?" Co-parenting situations. It's very simple. Don't get married, don't cohabitate. And earlier in the stream, I said, if you're gonna have kids in the United States, you probably should consider the surrogacy route. That's the only way you avoid it. It's regular dudes going through this. You know what I mean? If you want kids the old-fashioned way, without any risks of going through the family court system, or without you going through, parental alienation, you can have kids outside of the States, and then visit them from time to time. That's what you can do. Then you send them money, visit them for a couple of months, come back to the United States, make some paper, come back to the Philippines or Thailand or Colombia, whatever countries you guys want to be in, and then do it like that. That's how you avoid it, because there's no way. Because most women, if given the opportunity, they are going to use the system to their advantage. There's a reason why, like, those older white dudes, when you ever ask those older white dudes, what do they say? Happy wife, happy life. And what they say, you gotta learn how to say yes, dear. They're not exact. The reason why they're saying that is because they're trapped. They know if they break up or something happens, there's a split, she's gonna be doing what Halle Bailey is doing at DDG. You know what I'm saying? Like, and she's gonna be like, the woman is gonna be able to escape the criticism, even though she's playing puppet master behind closed doors, while at the same time alienating you. Like, if you're dealing with a woman in America, you're not gonna avoid this. You're not. You're not. And then the reason why you can't even really hear a lot of, particularly white dudes, you can't really hear their side of things unless if it's like super egregious, is because a lot of the times their wives put gag orders on their own ex-husbands, so they can't even talk about what's happening to them. So in terms of, you say, how should men go about avoiding it? You can't really avoid it. If kids are involved, you're not going to be able to avoid it. The only way you can avoid it is if you get married to a woman, right, and you don't have kids with her, right, and if you and then by the time you divorce her, hopefully you guys don't have like serious properties where you have properties under both of your names, so it's not a huge dispute in court. You guys have separate assets, which is rare. This is not gonna it's not gonna happen. Especially, I'll say this, especially if you're a black man, you're not avoiding this situation. You're not avoiding this situation, especially if you're a black man. You're not avoiding the situation if you decide to have kids in the United States. Like I said, the only way to avoid this, you go the surrogacy route. Or if you want to be a father so bad, why don't you think about adoption? If you want to be a dad, okay, why don't you think about, okay, if you want to be a dad, there's adoption. Or if you have a niece or nephew that's in need, and your sister is an awful parent, hey, offer to take care of the nephew and niece. You do that, you know. There's options for you. No, because when I say things like that, people get mad when I say that. But I'm like, look, it seems like, because I remember saying that to somebody, they didn't like it when I said that. I'm like, well, there's adoption, there's you know what I mean? You can become a stepfather. Well, if you want to avoid these things, there's no how do I, because really what you want to, and I'm not dissing you, Ben Cares. I'm just saying it seems like when dudes ask people this question, what they really want to ask is, how do I find a woman that really likes me for me and that's not going to put you, even if she likes you for you, she's going to put you through this stuff. It's a good chance she's going to put you through this. And especially if you're a black man, it's going to be threatened against you, at least, Or like I say, go do that's why I like the passport bros. It's not a perfect solution, obviously. It's not a perfect solution, but at least you're not dealing with the American court system. You're not dealing with that kind of a draining of a system. And, oh yeah, but shout out to Gary Grant. But like, people be mad. I'll say, so all right, so I always say surrogacy, and then I'll say, or you can do adoption. And men will be mad when I say adoption. I'm like, well, if you want to avoid this, you can't. You're not going to avoid this. I don't know what men think they are. They like, there's a lot of Steven Crowders out there. You're not gonna avoid this, dog. What if she grew up in a church? You're not gonna avoid this. Oh man, let me see. He said, to be honest, it's a toss up for me. Well, whether you want to believe Dr. Umar Johnson or not, that is up to you, because he is a scam artist. he is a scam artist. But like I said, hey, maybe, like father, like daughter. The apple doesn't fall too far from the tree, right? Because she's scam. She's a good what's it, Nisa, the girl, she's a good scammer, just like her father. That's why I'm going to side with Dr. Umar on this one. And I'll say it is hard to trust, those Dr. Umar Johnson types. The brother polite types. Even though with the brother polite situation, that when he got locked up for what he got locked up for, I was like, yeah, you got caught. I had nothing to say about that. I was like, yeah, you. Because what happens to the brother polite types, I believed when I saw the situation, with the step, what was it, with the mom and then the daughter. When I saw that, I'm like, oh yeah, he did that. When I saw, and then on top of that, he basically admitted the situation on what happened. Because guys like brother polite, they're not used to getting punani at all in their life. So now when brother polite, He goes on that pro-black tip. He says, I will never be with a white woman. Then he moves out to Cali. Then he starts changing his stance. He starts seeing him with white bras. So he goes from saying black women are God to saying all women are God. I've seen this. I saw his transformation process right in front of my eyes. He started buying implants for women, traveling all over the world. I remember Craig Facts make that jokes on him. He was like, man, he's buying bitches titties now. Hey, yo. But Brother Polite started getting that paper. He started posing with the paper like he's a rapper. I'm like, oh, he's not used to this. He's not used to this clout. He's gonna get himself in trouble. And and you already know when these YouTubers, because they didn't really get no type of clout in high school, middle school, college, etc. Then once they done dealing with the hookers or whatever, the girls their age, they start looking for younger and younger and younger. This is how they get themselves into trouble. There's a science behind this, man. There's a science. There's a reason why is a lot of where you'll have women that they just can't be with dudes that don't have experience with women in general. There's other reasons behind that. There's a lot of dudes that they can't handle that. Once they finally get into that situation and they start trying to make up for lost time. You know what I mean? So that's another side of the game that people don't want to address. Since we're kind of done with the Dr. Umar Johnson thing, let's talk about these YouTubers that be getting caught with these kids. Right? This is how what's the dude's name? EDP 445. He got caught twice. He got caught on a public streaming sting twice. Two different YouTubers. Twice. He has a serious, first of all, he has a serious problem. He's a sicko. And then on top of that, he has a serious problem. You think after getting caught one time, that'll be enough? Nope. He gets caught again. And I remember, I think I was talking to Ainsley. About this. I was like, there's science behind this stuff. Why you see these guys, EDP 445, all these other YouTubers, I can't remember their names right now. They get caught with with kids, basically. They start getting money, they start getting clout, and they start trying to make up for lost time. You know what I mean? I don't like, because they not used to that kind of clout. They're not used to that power. They're not used to that money. And a lot of these streamers, they're making all of that money. A lot of them, they don't even need agents. They're their own agency. A lot of these dudes, they're not used to that clout. I remember Lord Jamar. I used to see him do these Vlad TV interviews back in the day when I was in high school. And I'm glad I saw those, because he would talk about how a lot of these dudes get in trouble with women later down on the line because they didn't even really have experience with women when they were in high school, when they were in middle school. So Lord Jamar always said, like, you're never going to see me get caught up in trouble where a woman is involved, because I already had hoes before the fame. A lot of these dudes did not have hoes before the fame, or they don't really understand. They're not sexually experienced before the fame. So once they get it, they don't understand how to handle that power. They were probably better off being broke, because they wouldn't try risky things, if you know what I'm saying, right? And it's not me giving them an excuse. I'm just telling you the science behind that. When I even talk about, the science behind that. Remember that single mother I covered when she said she wants a guy that doesn't want that She says she wants a guy. She wants a man to step up in her life to accept her kids, but he can't want kids as well. And then when I said, look, if she has a daughter and she becomes of teenage age, that's not a good mix. I'm just talking biological wise, because the only man that can accept something like that is either a predator or a guy that's just doesn't know nothing about life. It's a lot of this stuff is it's a lot of this stuff that we're going through right now is because people are trying to beat biology. they're trying to become God, right? They're trying to be God, right? They're trying to play God. A lot of the stuff where you got women now. I don't understand. I have all these fertility issues. How old are you? What is my age? How old are you? 30. But well, I don't know who lied to you, but biology is biology. It's too late for you. You have no eggs. You know what I mean? But it's a lot of the problems that we're going through right now is because we have men and women trying to be God, trying to out biology. And I can see this happening in real time. I'm just like, you can't beat biology. You can't beat biology. But I'm just gonna let people do them, because it is whatever happens. You can't beat biology. Truth Hunter says it becomes an addiction to them. Exactly. Once they start getting that money, look at what happened to Diddy. Do you think here's the thing what people don't understand. Do you really think Diddy at the age of 10, 11, 12 years old, do you really think Diddy was like, you know what? One day, once I'm in my 20s, I'm going to have a supermodel girlfriend, and then I'm going to use her to hire male escorts for me. Not to get the supermodel for him. He wants the supermodel to get male escorts for him. And I'm going to target men in the industry and violate them. And I'm going to go after Carl Winslow instead of the women on the show. Do you really think at the age of 12, you think Sean Combs, you thought that was his vision? No, he starts getting power. He starts getting money. He starts getting a taste of it, and he sees what he can get away with it, and it becomes like a drug. Like Truth Hunter said, it becomes an addiction. So now he starts pushing more sexually. So, like, I'll give you another example. When I showed you that video of Michael J. Porter, when he said there's a lot of dudes in the NBA that they just get tired of messing with women because they've had all the women that they can have. So it's just, so regular sex with women doesn't even turn them on anymore. So they end up doing other types of things, like messing with transformers, or they start exploring their sexuality. So they'll allow women to do stuff to them, and you'll have the porn stars bragging about it in podcasts later on. Right? So they start trying other things because the regular sex doesn't even turn them on anymore, because they've had sex with so much women. So they see what else that they can do. This is what happens. This is what happens, man. So a lot of these things, is really easy to figure out what happened. A lot of these things are very easy to explain, but that's a tough conversation. A lot of people are not, they don't want to have that tough convo. Oh, but anyways, let me see these videos real quick. Where the videos where she said Nisa says she's not clout chasing, but isn't doing interviews for free. She explains that she wants to get paid $3K to $10K for interviewers. Yeah, she's broke right now. She's in a lot of debt. she's in a lot of debt right now. I can tell. Like, she's in like financial strife. Here we go.
Chase, go on my page. I'm a comedian. I've been doing this Instagram, been doing this social media. I've had multiple videos go viral before, and I had to deal with hate comments. It's nothing new. It's always, oh, you want clout, you bad.
She says she's a female comedian. Oh my God. By the way, I'm getting tired of people being dude, there's no funny female comedians, man. I'm gonna keep it a buck with you. There ain't no funny female comedians. And I will say some more. She is a good comedian. But the reason why I give her a lot of credit because she's the only woman that made me chuckle a little bit. Just so it's a start. You know what I mean? It's a start. There ain't no funny female comedians out there. People be putting all these names, but how about this one? Just the fact that you can only name one, it just proves my point. There ain't no funny female comedians out there.
You bashing your dad. You doing this, you doing that. But y'all don't know. But you want to keep exposing your personal business for money for the internet. You trying to make a come up. I'm not trying to make a come up. What are you talking about? What are you talking about? It's on the internet. So what the am I exposing? It's on the internet. It's on Shade Room. It's on Neighborhood Watch. It's on all these. So what am I exposing? You mean if I'm going on somebody's platform, you best believe I'm gonna get paid. And if you call that clout chasing, if you call that a come up, I don't give a. I'm going to do it. You got me on your platform. I don't have to clout chase.
But I mean, if you're if you're already putting figure numbers on interviews, talking about I'll only accept 5K, 10K for interviews to do what? So you can so you can still clout chase off your dad's name. Come on.
You can pay me. I'm not. A lot of people hit me up for interviews. Y'all gonna have to come out the pockets because I'm not doing shit free. How the you want me on your platform with my face and my story and my words, and you don't want to pay me? Then I'm not coming. 3,500 to 10K is my range. So if you don't want to come up out the pockets, that's fine. I won't be on your platform.
And her eyes are coming off like she got some bug eyes, dog. Like this bitch is crazy, dog. Like she's insane.
Y'all pay Dr. Umar thousands of dollars to talk. Y'all gonna pay me the same.
She wants to get paid the same money as her dad. Oh my God. Did y'all see that thing on the WNBA where they was talking about we gonna go on strike? Wow. Just like wow. And these are the people that they like. I'm not debating these people on my platform. Just the pure delusion. They don't even understand what world we're living in right now. Like they like because they keep talking about emotional intelligence, emotional awareness. But there's bitches in the WNBA talking about we finna go on strike for more paper. And these bitches is lucky to have a league. Yo. Wild. Asking for equal pay. What are you talking about?
She the same one who said she not gonna talk about it, and then what? She the same one who said not to talk about it and not to clout chase, but now she talking about it, and now she clout chasing. Smart lady, yes, I'm very smart, and I can make my own decisions. Everybody kept giving me their opinion on what they think I should do and all this, and I'm taking everything in. I'm taking heed to everything. But I'm smart, and I have a mind of my own. I'm going to make my own decisions, regardless of who feels some type of way, because you can pay me. I'm not because it's me that's on the.
So yeah, like, hold on, let me see that comment. Yeah, he said, yeah, even after the best season, like even after the WNBA's best season, they still lost a whole. But they didn't make no money. Like for them to even have a league, I am shocked. they've been subsidized by the NBA for how many years, and they still and you know what's crazy? They be talking crazy to the NBA players. Meanwhile, technically, if the NBA players want to raise, they could just get rid of that league, and they could get like they could actually get a pay raise if you really think about it. If they just got rid of that league, because it makes the league makes no money. And on top of that, they're asking for equal pay. They think they should get paid as much as the NBA players. And what's her name? The white bitch. What's the bitch? I can't remember her name. The bitch that divorced the Darren Waller. Um, I'm blanking on her name. She went to Washington University. She tried to clean it up, saying, "We're not asking to be paid the same as just the same portion, the same percent." Stop. You're lucky to have a league. Bruh. And I'm still hearing WNBA players, we need to be paid the same. I'm still hearing WNBA players say that. Angel Reese, you know what I mean? But I mean, I don't know. Like, you know who's the you want let me leave that alone. I'll explain that because I'm gonna do a sports stream. I don't know if tomorrow I'm gonna do it. I don't know if I'm gonna do it on Tuesday, but I gotta do a sports stream and I gotta address this.
The front line. It's me that's on the media. It's me. So y'all could tell me what y'all want or whatever. I'm still gonna do what I feel like is best for me, as I should. And nobody's gonna clock me for that. It's my situation. Because it's me that's on the front line.
So look at the message. So apparently Nisa sent this message to Umar Johnson recently. Let's take a look at this. This is wild. And you wondering why Umar has kind of cut off communication. Wow, I'm reading this text message. This is wild. So this is what she sent to to her bio dad. She goes, "You're our a." She said, "You're our joke." This is pitiful. By the way, you don't. By the way, these people, I don't know what kind of schools they go into. You don't have to put an apostrophe with the RE if you already have the R. All you got to do is, first of all you got to do is, if you could keep the U in an apostrophe RE, and they just put A, not R. You can just put "you're a joke." You don't put U apostrophe RE and then ARE right after that. Oh my Lord, this woman, boy. So she goes, you're our joke. This is pitiful. She goes on to say, "Excuse my last message. It's clearly out of frustration, especially when you see people get on the internet and tell bold-faced lies instead of just taking accountability. I'm all for meeting up next Thursday or Friday, but I'm more comfortable with talking over the phone first because, I mean, it's been 22 years. That's cap." She goes, "I'm not going to harass you and continue to send you text messages if it's evident you don't want to talk. It's up to you. I'm not forcing anybody to be in my life if they don't want to." This is what she sent Dr. Umar. She screenshotted this like she was the victim. Like she screenshotted her sending this message and she doesn't realize she's in the wrong. Like, bruh. Hey man. I say that's the difference between men and women nowadays, because when men are doing wrong, they don't screenshot it. They don't make no videos about it. They put the thing in secret because they know they're doing wrong. The women now, they do wrong, but they'll videotape themselves doing the wrong, post it on the internet, and be confused on why they're getting a negative backlash. Like, what in the world is going on? So yeah, this is she's lost the plot. She's completely lost the plot. Man, wow. Well, okay, so Truth Hunter says they even complain when you try to fix the WNBA, like lowering the rims. Well, that's not going to do anything, because when people, it's not just the dunking, it's just everything. They're just not good. we're like, when people are mentioning, why don't you try lowering the rims? It's just men being nice. It's just a nicer way of just try to lower the standards and maybe something, but that's not going to do anything. That's just us being nice. That's not going to do anything. Like, I remember somebody had mentioned, like, with women's volleyball, they lower their net, and he said the guy was saying that's why men would rather watch women's volleyball. I'm like, no, men would rather watch women's volleyballs because of the short shorts they be wearing. Like, it's guys, we got to stop mincing words, man. We got to be completely honest, because really lowering the rims is not going to do anything. That's just us being nice. It's not going to do anything. They're just not. It's not a good product to see. It's not going to do nothing. He said, yeah, that and the bouncing melons. Exactly. That's why people watch women's volleyball or beach volleyball for that. beach volleyball. That's what Corey Holcomb was saying. He was telling that the WNBA players need to bust down and people will watch. Sad but true. Sad but true. That's what you're going to have to do. I got to find that. Hold on. Let me see if I can find that short. That's one of the funniest shorts I've seen in my life. Corey Holcomb was cold-blooded with his response with that. Let me see. It should be under my liked videos. It should be under my liked. It should be under one of my liked videos. It's hilarious, man. Let me see if I can find that. He said, bust down and people will vote for you. Let me see, because I know I liked it. It's got to be there. Yeah, right here. So remember we had the twerking senator. Y'all remember the twerking senator? This was Corey Holcomb's advice to women, really, in sports, or women in sports. Women in the WNBA. And that was because he had a reaction to the black senator that was twerking for votes.
Anyway, she is making a big stink because she said, now, how come they're not talking about when I won the national championship MVP match?
Because don't nobody give a fuck about what you did with that.
That is
Keep
true.
busting down, motherfuckers will vote for you. Didn't I say that about the WNBA? Bust down, bitch. Do what you was put here for.
Oh.
The fuck is you motherfucker trying to act like something else is wanted from you? Bust down.
Oh my God.
Bust down.
Oh no. I couldn't hold it no longer. Pause. I could hold. He said, why are y'all acting like anything else is wanted from you? That's cold-blooded, man. That's cold-blooded, bro. That's cold-blooded.
Anyway,
That's cold-blooded, man. Hey, yo. It's really that simple, though. It is really that simple, but you know, it is that simple. But yeah, I don't know, with the WNBA, it's just that's what they're gonna have to do. Want people to watch. It is what it it is what it is. And I will say this: women are not doing themselves any favors with this OnlyFans era. and their form of empowerment is always twerking or something. So they don't do themselves any favors by doing that. But then they get mad when we ask you to do what you was about to do anyways. Bust down. Is what it is. Yeah, that's one of the funny. Yeah, man. Corey, I'm sorry, man. Corey Holcomb, he's the GOAT. He's the GOAT. It is pretty like I just think he's the best comedian. I might have to do a list of like the best comedians ever, but I always say in that top 5 is got for me. It's Corey not in particular order, but Corey Holcomb, Richard Pryor, Bernie Mac, George Carlin, and at the number 5, I don't know, maybe I don't know what I would put as the number 5, but I really have to do a list. Like a real list of like the funniest comedians, like the real funniest comedian. Maybe I don't know, maybe Red Fox. Rodney Dangerfield was hilarious. But I'll say this, man. Richard Pryor to me. Oh, I forgot Patrice O'Neal. My bad. I'm so sorry. I cannot believe I forgot Patrice. Yeah, Patrice O'Neal. He's definitely like, if somebody tells me Patrice O'Neal's the GOAT, I wouldn't even argue that. I'm sorry. Yeah, Patrice O'Neal. He's in the top 5. My bad. Sorry, guys. Sorry. I apologize. Yeah. So in the 5, yeah. So yeah, Corey Holcomb, Patrice O'Neal, George Carlin, Bernie Mac, and shit. I already forgot who the other person I put. Oh yeah, Richard Pryor and Richard Pryor, right? But Richard Pryor to me, man, like he was 100. Like he was really he really put himself out there. Like he was one of the first people that was like really just because a lot of people like to brag about the weed that they be smoking, but they don't talk about the cocaine they be snorting. Like Richard Pryor was like the only person that really put his personal business out there. But man, Richard Pryor, he was hilarious, man. He really talked about his pain and made it funny. You know what I mean? Oh, Norm Macdonald, I'll give him honorable mention. I don't think he'd be in my top 10 though. I don't think he'd be in my top 10. But I wouldn't argue if somebody had him in his if somebody had him in the top 10, I wouldn't argue. I wouldn't argue it. But in a top 10, I don't know who else I would put because I said Bernie. And so Corey, Patrice, Pryor, Bernie, and then I said George Carlin. So that's 5 that I know. I'm like, yeah, these are my top 5. And I'll say Corey Holcomb number 1, Richard Pryor number 2, Patrice number 3, Bernie Mac number 4, George Carlin number 5. That would be my top 5. That would be my top 5. Now 6 through 10, we can do some what's it called, rummaging from 6 through 10. I think Rodney Dangerfield will get the credit that he needs. Rodney Dangerfield is hilarious, dog. This dude is hilarious. One of those old school comics, man. Hilarious, man. Straight up. But I don't know if he's gonna make everybody's top 10. But I'll say Red Fox. Red Fox definitely got to be in the top 10 of all time. Red Fox is severely underrated. Red Fox is severely underrated. Oh yeah, Red Fox, he's got to be in there. He's definitely in the top 10. And then you got who else? I'm trying to name some other people, but because somebody let me see. So somebody said Sam Kinison, Ricky Gervais. I don't know how to say his name properly. Let me see something. Sam Kinison. I don't know why that name is blanking to me, but let me see something real quick. Sam. Let me see if I've seen him before. Sam Kinison. Oh, yes. Yes. I know if so people that don't know Sam Kinison, he died early. He died very early. He died prematurely. He was a former from what I remember about Sam Kinison, he was a former preacher that became a comedian. If I'm not mistaken, I could be wrong about this, but I remember his face. I remember they did like a whole thing, and then I remember watching a lot of his stuff. Yeah, Sam Kinison, he's one of the GOATs. He's one of the GOATs. But I don't know if he would be on my top 10, but I wouldn't argue. And then he died very early. Oh, I forgot. Bill Hicks. He probably should be in my top 5. I'm not even gonna hold you. So Truth Hunter said he died in 92, didn't he? Yeah, he died like in a car accident or something crazy like that. Yeah, like very, very sad. Because I remember somebody had did a list when I was in like high school of like atheists in comedy, whatever. And somebody had mentioned him and his story. So his story always interested me. So I started watching his stuff. I was like, oh, this guy's he's good. Like he's for this. Sam Kinison is a guy, whether it be preaching, comedy, he's meant for the stage. Sam Kinison is no joke. Yeah. He said both my gramps loved him. Yeah, Sam Kinison, he's meant for the stage. He was very good. Like if somebody tells me he's one of the GOATs, I wouldn't argue. He's another person that does. I didn't even recognize his name until I haven't heard his name since high school. As soon as I saw his face, I could just already hear his yell. Sam Kinison is very, very, very good. But yeah, now that I mentioned Sam Kinison, now I remember Bill Hicks. Bill Hicks is hilarious, dog. Bill Hicks has material. He's writing jokes, punchlines. Bill Hicks really is top 5 candidate, so he's definitely in my top 10. Bill Hicks is definitely top 10 worthy. No question about it. Bill Hicks. Wait, did it? So Bill Hicks just went viral. Actually, his old comedy bit just went viral. Hold on for a second. Joe Budden showed Bill Hicks. It went viral just recently. I don't know if I can bring it up. Hold on for a second, guys. We're going a little bit off the rails because we already done with the Dr. Umar Johnson stuff. So bear with me. Didn't I say that some Bill Hicks, his old like Joe Budden was showing the crew old Bill Hicks comedy bit about Adam and Eve, and Melissa Ford, the only female on the couch, proved Bill Hicks' point in real time. It's one of the funniest things. It's one of those you can't make this stuff up, type things going on. Watch this. So Joe Budden is gonna play a bit from one of Bill Hicks. I don't know. I don't know if it was a comedy. I think he was doing an interview with somebody, but he's gonna play something from Bill Hicks, and Melissa Ford is gonna prove his point in real time. Fair use, by the way. Fair use.
I learned a lot about women. I think I learned exactly how the fall of man occurred in the Garden of Eden. Adam and Eve were in the Garden of Eden, and Adam said one day, wow, Eve, here we are at one with nature, at one with God. We'll never age, we'll never die. and all our dreams come true the instant that we have them. And he said, yeah, it's just not enough, is it?
No, that's not funny.
I was just waiting for more.
No, that was kind of his point.
Oh,
that's kind of what he was saying.
I mean,
you can't make this stuff up, guys. You can't make this stuff up. I don't even think she still gets it. I don't even think she still. I don't even think she gets it still. But yeah, thank you for bringing up Sam Kinison, because I completely forgot about him. I didn't even remember his name. I didn't even remember his name until I saw his face. I was like, oh shoot, that guy was awesome. But yeah, he had a preacher turned comedian. Perfect. So yeah, that's the same guy. He died like in like a car accident in the 90s, like you said. That was that's yeah. But he was a great comic. But I'll say this, Bill Hicks. Guys get the chance, man. Bill Hicks. Adam and Eve. Oh man. Crazy work, man. Crazy work.
But then things went south on us, you know.
But yeah, if you guys get the chance, watch some of Bill Hicks' material. It's awesome. Awesome stuff. Also in my top 10, I do have to add I gotta add Chris Rock. I gotta add Chris Rock in my top 10. So yeah, Bill Hicks. So yeah, Red Fox. So from 6 through 10, we got Bill Hicks, Red Fox, Chris Rock, and now we got 2 more. So we'll probably because if I do add Chris Rock, I do have to add Dave Chappelle. Yeah. So yeah, that means Dave Chappelle. So then I got one more. I got one more. I got one more. Let me see. Him and damn. Ray Stevens is funny too. God damn. You see. Wait, hold on. Ray Stevens come to Video Classics. I'm not sure. Well, what I was gonna do, I have these old VHS tapes. A lot of these, like I still have some of these tapes. I used to have like a whole like VHS tape list with there's another comedian that I'm thinking about right now, but I can't remember. He had a show called, I think, Home Improvement. I could be wrong. Not Ray Stevens. I'm talking about somebody else. I had like all of his like movies that he would do back in the days. Not Ray Stevens, somebody else. I got a lot of these people's VHS tapes. One day I'm gonna have to like do like a thing where I show it, but I don't know. We shall see. Yeah, Tim Allen. That was his name. Yeah, Tim Allen. So Tim Allen, I'm not saying he's a GOAT. I'm just saying Tim Allen had a lot, like people forget, like Tim Allen was like killing it in, I don't know which decade it was. It was the 90s or the 80s. But he was like killing it at one point. He has like a lot of stuff at like a short period of time. I have like all of his movies. Because like, you know, when my parents came to America, they have like all types of like stuff. So they have like all types of, you know, VHS tapes, rented, not returned, stuff that they bought, bootleg, whatnot, of like a lot of your favorite legends. I would have sworn I had a Ray Stevens VHS tape. I could be wrong. I could be wrong. I would have sworn I had it. I could have sworn. I could have sworn I had it. But I don't know. I could be wrong. I have a lot, dude. There's a lot of people that I like. Like a lot of people's favorite legends, or I know I have. There's like old CDs that I got. Sorry, that my parents bought when they came to America. Like where it'll be certain artist names, and there'll be certain famous artists, you know, doing background vocals, and they showed them as the credits. And this was like before they like blew up. Like those type of things, like those type of collectibles, those are actually pretty legendary if you think about it. Like those things are like priceless. I still got I know my parents got like they had like this Motown CD collection. Well, people gonna try to rob me now, so let me stop. They go so okay. Who's gonna make? Somebody's got to give me a last comedian to make the top 10. Because okay, so I had Red Fox, Bill Hicks, Chris Rock, Dave Chappelle. So who's gonna make that 10th spot? Who's gonna make that 10th spot? And then we'll put the order from 6 through 10 once I get, because I'm trying to think of who's gonna make that last spot for the top 10. I'm really trying to think, because I already know like Bill Hicks, he has to be, because really he should be in the top 5, but he really should be in the top 5. But I'm a, you know, it is what it is. And yeah, Ricky Gervais, honorable mention. Oh, let me say this. Look, that what's his name? Steve I know these are British comedians, but Hugh Larry and Stephen Fry, they used to have a show back in the day. And I know I'm not saying they're the GOATs, but they had a very legendary like show back in the day that I used to watch on YouTube. It's obviously it wasn't premiered on YouTube, but it was a show from like the 90s or 80s or early 2000s. I don't remember. They were a duo. I don't know if they still are, but Hugh Larry, the guy that plays Dr. House, and then you had Stephen Fry. They had like a duo show together. Like this is like real comedy. Like it was real comedy. I will say this, and how about this here? Larry David is a very underrated name in the industry. Like, to me, people want to talk about Jerry Seinfeld, but I would put Larry David's name. I don't know in terms of his stand-up, but he's a great writer. You know what I mean? He's a great writer and a great name in the comedy space. Let me see something real quick. Let me search up Larry David, because he's awesome, especially when he goes on these interviews. Because I'm pretty sure he doesn't do like OD stand-up anymore, but Larry David, he's one of the, I'll say he's one of the comic greats. He's definitely one of the comic greats, man. Larry David is awesome. He still comes up with great material, not necessarily in stand-up. I'm talking about just in general. He comes up with great ideas. He comes up with great, like, just off rip. He knows how to make material. And his writing is awesome. Like when you talk about, like Larry David, Paul Mooney, right? These are like great writers. You know what I mean? in the spot. Like they've written for a lot of, comic greats. So I was gonna say, so Ban Carrot said, Kevin Hart, I don't know if you like him, but I'm just naming someone off the top of my head. Nah, he's not top 10. Respectfully. Like Kevin, there's a lot of dudes I would put over Kevin Hart. Respectfully, Let me see. Say Truth Hunter said Billy Cannoli was an old fave for other favorite British comedians. He sounds familiar. Hold on for a second. Billy Cannoli. Okay, Billy Cannoli. I think I've seen him stuff. I don't remember it though. I think I've seen his stuff, but I don't remember. So I can't put a proper judgment on Billy Cannoli. I'll say a British comedian that I really liked growing up. Do you know? Hold on for a second, man. Frankie Boyle. Is that his name? I hope I'm saying his name right. He was awesome. Frankie Boyle was hilarious, dog, on Mock the Week. Like there's a show called Mock the Week. He used to kill it. This dude come up with the most cold-blooded stuff off rip, man. Now Frankie Boyle, he's more like on the liberal side nowadays. He's kind of turned more like SJW nowadays, but Frankie Boyle is brutal. His comedy is brutal, bro. Ben Carrot said Bill Burr. Oh, that's a good name. You know what? He might. Yeah, I'll give him that spot. That's a good name, Bill Burr. Like that's a good name, Bill. I'll give him that 10 spot. I'll give him that because if I'm gonna put Chris Rock, Dave Chappelle, I gotta put Bill Burr. Bill Burr. Oh, I'll say this: Bill Burr never fails to make me laugh. I don't think there's ever been a moment where I'm like, damn, he's lacking. Nah, Bill Burr, especially when like Bill Burr has probably the most iconic moment in comedy history. His rant that he did on the fans from Philadelphia, that's probably one of the most iconic rants. Like he goes from them like booing him to him like, and then he rips the crowd and they end up cheering for him. That's a legend. People don't even realize how legendary that is. Philly's a tough crowd, bro. Like Philly in sports, entertainment, Philly's a tough crowd. So he goes from getting booed to them like cheering him after he rips them. That like, homie, I added Dave Chappelle on the list. Dude, Dave Chappelle has bombed a lot. I'm not people thinking that Corey Holcomb was lying. He's not lying about Dave Chappelle has bombed a lot. People might forgot, but I remember Dave Chappelle came up to Hartford up in like I think 2016 or 2015. He bombed. I remember I know people that went to that show. He bombed. So because first of all, because Dave Chappelle be hide in a motherfucker a lot of times doing these things. So he'll like I'll say Bill Burr. And I'm not trying to throw Dave Chappelle on the bus, but Dave Chappelle, he be bombing a lot. He do. It's Corey Holcomb is not making that up. And that's maybe because I have a personal experience where I know people that have said Dave Chappelle is bombed. And then I know specifically when he came to Connecticut, I don't think he's been back since. He bombed. Like they put him on blast on World Star too and everything. I was like, and I remember watching that. I was like, what the hell happened to Chappelle? But Chappelle's skits are legendary. So that helps him kind of massage, his his image, so to speak. Let me see. He said, "Watch F is for family." But I'll say Bill Burr has never failed to make me laugh. Like Bill Burr's material is crazy. Like I remember, like even recently when he was talking about the WNBA, he'll just come up with something out of nowhere. He's like, he said, look at the WNBA. Nobody caught COVID. I know it's something simple like that, but it's just out of nowhere. It's just like nobody caught COVID. Yo. Yeah, Bill Burr's gonna take that spot. He's gonna take that spot. So from 6 through 10, I would put Bill Hicks number 6. No. It's either Red Fox or Bill Hicks number 6. So I'm gonna put Bill Hicks number 6. Number 7, Red Fox. So that leaves now Dave Chappelle, Chris Rock, and Bill Burr. So I would put Chris Rock 8. Okay, who do you guys think is funnier, Dave Chappelle or Chris Rock? That I would have to. I don't know, because I'm not looking at just funny. I'm looking at their comedy impact, because stand up might be when it comes to stand up, there's a lot of people I could put on this list over Chris Rock and Dave Chappelle. You say Chris Rock funnier? Yeah, I think Chris Rock is funnier too. I'm not gonna hold you. He said by a long shot. Okay, I'll give you that. So we'll put Chris Rock first, because I'm like, who's funnier, Chris Rock or Dave Chappelle? I'm like, okay, so yeah, Ban Carrot said, especially because Dave has been repeating material in recent years. Yeah. And the thing with Dave Chappelle, he tends to turn the comedy specials into like lectures, and it gets a little bit drawn out. You know what I mean? No, respect, and I say this respectfully. But Dave Chappelle's skits will go down. His skits, on the comedy skit game, it's not even close. Nobody comes close. I'm talking about the skits that he made. Was it on Comedy Central for the Dave Chappelle show? It's not even close. Nobody comes close, right? But I'll say, yeah. So Truth Hunter said, he said, yeah, Chris gets to it faster. Yeah, Chris Rock, I think the punchlines, it comes in faster. It's not as drawn out as Chappelle. Chris Rock can go into really any room, to be fair, and kill it. So Chris Rock is very, very good, very good. So I'll put Chris Rock so I had Bill Hicks 6, Red Fox 7, Chris Rock 8, Dave Chappelle 9. Oh, how about this? Do you think Chappelle is better than Bill Burr? Honestly. And you guys can be completely honest in the chat. Do you think Chappelle is better than Bill Burr? Even though Bill Burr was on, I remember Bill Burr being on the Chappelle skits too. Do you think you say Bill beats Chappelle? Okay, look, yep. You guys answered that quick. So yep. So we'll put Bill Burr at 9, and then we'll put Dave Chappelle at 10. Yeah, that seems about right. Now, when it comes to stand up, there's a lot of people I could put. You know what I mean? Because let me tell you something about Dave Chappelle and Chris Rock. There's a video on YouTube. Dave Chappelle and Chris Rock, they went on Q-Tip's podcast, and they were talking about comedians that they don't want to follow up on a live stage. And Chris Rock and Dave Chappelle, but specifically Chris Rock, he said, "Look, I don't want to follow up Corey Holcomb I don't want to go after Corey Holcomb." They both said it on Q-Tip's podcast, because Q-Tip had shouted out Corey Holcomb as one of the funniest people, and they both said, but specifically Chris Rock, he said, "I don't want to follow up Corey." They said they want no parts of Corey coming up right after him. Because like I said, when it comes to stand up is different, man. Stand up is different. But I want to put stand up is probably the biggest part of comedy, obviously. But I want to take the comedy where I just want to take it all, like everything. I'm taking everything when I'm talking about comedy in general. Because D. Ray Davis, I'll say this: Tommy Davidson, D. Ray Davis, these guys be killing it, man. They kill it on stage, man. D. Ray Davis kills it. Yeah, D. Ray Davis, Tommy Davidson be killing it, bro. You know what I mean? Like his stand up is solid as hell. Oh, I'm trying to think of some other names. And by the way, Bernie Mac, I'm sorry, this is because Bernie Mac's he's obviously top 5. They wanted to say, I'm so happy Cat Williams said it. Because Cat Williams was talking about, when people want to say, the Kings of Comedy tour. No, there was only one king. There was only one king, and that was Bernie Mac. So the tour was like Bernie Mac, Steve Harvey, and DL Hughley and Cedric the Entertainer. But there was only one king up there. It's like Michael Jordan and the Bulls. I'll say I'll like, yeah, or I'll compare it to this. It's like Kobe's Lakers team, right? In 2009 when he won the championship. Yeah, it's a solid team, but it's a solid team because Kobe's on there. Respectfully. Bernie Mac was the king. And apparently what was the apparently what happened with the Kings of Comedy tour was Steve Harvey was supposed to be the closer, right? But that was a mistake. This is why, like, respectfully, Steve Harvey's not, like, he wouldn't even make Steve Harvey wouldn't make my top 20, respectfully. But originally, what was supposed to happen, so what had happened was they had Steve Harvey as like the poster boy for the Kings of Comedy, right? So they would have him finish last, but that was a massive mistake. It would be, they said it was like DL who would go first, then Bernie, then Cedric. I don't know. I think, yeah, it was then Bernie, then Cedric, and then Steve Harvey would go last. I'm like, what? That's a setup. Like there's something like this. Like, so according to onlookers, they said that was the original setup and they had to change it because Steve Harvey could not follow up Bernie Mac and Cedric the Entertainer. And Cedric is clearly not funnier than Bernie Mac. So there was only one king in that thing. So they ended up having Bernie Mac having to close and Steve Harvey having to host, basically play the host. So he would open up and then introduce everybody on the stage. So that's what ended up happening with Steve Harvey. He ended up having to be the host of the Kings of Comedy instead of being the closer act. There was only one king up there, and that was Bernie Mac. Bernie Mac kills it. Anytime he came on stage, he killed it. No doubt in my mind. When I do a top 5 comics of all time, I will say people want to talk about, who's the king ninja of comedy. It's probably Bernie Mac. It's not even, to me, he just kills it. Every time he came on, he killed it. Every time his show was underrated too. The Bernie Mac show was underrated as hell. One of the funniest shows I've ever seen. Yeah, I'm trying to think of some other honorable mentions. So we got D. Ray Davis, Tommy Davidson, Frankie Boyle. I'm naming some personal favorites. Like Frankie Boyle is freaking hilarious, bro. Those British comics be hilarious, man. They got no chill. They got no chill. Yeah. Tommy, I don't think Tommy Davidson get the credit that he deserves. And obviously if people want to say Eddie Murphy's the GOAT, I won't even kill them because Eddie Murphy's what was that comedy special that killed it? I forgot what it was called that came out in the 80s. The one that he has to apologize for. Was it called like Raw and Uncut or something? Well, let me see. What was that Eddie Murphy special called? Let me see. Because Eddie, I think technically I should put Eddie Murphy on the list because his impact on the comedy game, on the entertainment game, is, bar none, really. Yeah, it's called Raw. Yeah, Raw. That's what it was called. I had to look it up. I'm like, what was it called? Raw? Something. Yeah, so that just like it's so the special was so impactful that he still got to apologize about it years later. But yeah, that seems about right. So number 1, I got Corey Holcomb. Number 2, I had what the fuck I had number 2? Why am I blanking? No, let me start from 10 and then let me go up. So 10, we got Chappelle. 9, we got Bill Burr. 8, we got 8, we got Chris Rock. 7, we got Red Fox. 6, we got Bill Hicks. Number 5, we got George Carlin. Number 4, and then I think number 4 is Bernie Mac. Number 3 is Patrice O'Neal. Number 2, Richard Pryor. And number 1, Corey Holcomb. If you want to switch Richard Pryor and Patrice, I won't kill you. If you want to switch Patrice O'Neal and Corey Holcomb, I want to kill you. So yeah, that's my official top 10. I guess that's my official top 10. But yeah, that Eddie Murphy, and then the films that Eddie Murphy has been in, he's produced. Awesome work. Oh, what's it called? Delirious? Let me see. So it's called Delirious or Raw, whatever. Great stuff. Great stuff. Great stuff. But yeah, I might have to show but when it comes to back to the subject at hand, the deadbeat dad myth. Let me bring up something else. Cuz I want to show some. Let me show some. Cuz conservatives, they be pissing me off sometimes. Like I'm talking about like seriously pissing me off. Like liberals, yeah, they piss me off, but I ignore them. But a lot of these conservatives, they tick me off. Let me see something. Jesse Lee Peterson, deadbeat dads are a myth. If you guys get the time, because I found it interesting, when I made the videos about Jesse Lee Peterson, those shorts that I made. Fuck, what did I click off? Oh, never mind. Like the shorts that I would make about Jesse Lee Peterson in the past, I was making fun of the gay rumors, right? That was made on him, and I was making fun of the irony if these rumors are true, right? And the biggest irony of it is that it didn't come from the liberals. It came from the conservatives. It came from his own camp. So I thought it was funny. Now, a lot of the Jesse Lee Peterson stan boys were crying about it. They thought I was a liberal just because I was making fun of it. But what was interesting is when I made a video where I said I actually agree with Jesse Lee Peterson when he says deadbeat dads are a myth. It seemed like nobody wanted to give me credit for that video. And a lot of those same conservatives that were on my neck, they wanted nothing to do with that video. And I was like, this is interesting. I got to find a video though specifically. It was one of his church services that he did. Oh, now my internet don't want to work no more. What's going on? Hey yo, they don't like this conversation. Hold on for a sec. Oh yeah, I'm gonna just leave that alone. We're gonna leave it alone. Because now they're blanking out a lot of these videos now. I don't know what's going on. But there was a church service, right, that they showed. And it was one of his services where he was asking the crowd, so we're talking about deadbeat dads. Why do you think, do we have a deadbeat dad problem? Do you think your dad was a deadbeat? And he was challenging his audience. And they were coming up with all types of excuses. And that's why I found out, I'm like, oh, these conservatives, they simps, dog. It's just another thing. Like, I'm not even gonna hold you. It's just one of those things they just kind of like, when it comes to the child support issue, they just think they could just dangle that as something to discourage women from dating black men in general. So if they see somebody dating a black man, they'll tell, oh, you're gonna be a single mom. Which I always found that kind of weird. You know what I mean? But this is what conservatives do. They're always worried about they're always worried about the wrong things. But I just found it interesting, out of all the stuff that they like Jesse Lee Peterson for, they don't want to talk about, they don't want to touch the deadbeat dad thing. When he says deadbeat dads are a myth, they really they'll be like, they're not completely on board with it, which I find that a bit interesting. Out of all the things that he be saying. And I'm even looking at the views. Hold on for a second. It says only 9.2K views on his official channel when he talks about there's no such thing as a deadbeat dad. Only 9.2K views. Dude, I have a video that has like, on my channel, I have videos and shorts that have way more than 9K views. They don't want to people don't want to touch this. This is interesting. This is where I find interesting. Look at this. Hold on, guys. Let me show y'all something. Isn't that interesting? They don't want to touch that. Hold on. We gonna expose this. They said this video on Jesse Lee Peterson's official channel. He said there's no such thing as a deadbeat dad. We've been lied to. This only has 9.2K views. Dude, on my channel, I have videos with more views than that. How is that possible? So all that stuff, that's crazy. What? Okay, yeah, this is the church service, and this only has 14K views. Why does all the other stuff that Jesse Lee Peterson talks about, right, when he's trolling for the most part, why does that get all those views, but this has like What? This is interesting. That has always interested me. Out of all the things, I'm like, so they don't rock with this. That's a bit interesting to me. That's a bit interesting to me. Let me see. Yeah, everything else that he talks about, it gets millions of views, hundreds of thousands of views. But when he talks about this stuff, only 9.2K views. That's interesting to me. That's interesting to me. But it is what it is. That's very interesting. We gotta dive into that one day. Young Doka said, "How much time you think I got? Dude, I'm about to sign off." But I was talking about, watch this before I sign off though, Young Doka. Watch this. A lot of my YouTube fame, when I started going viral a little bit, not viral per se, but like I started getting thousands of views when I started talking about Jesse Lee Peterson. And I used to get a lot of hate from the conservatives because I was making fun of him possibly being gay. And since those rumors came from his camp, and it came from, and then you had the guy from 21 Studios, Anthony Dream Johnson, right? He was the one that put the whole documentary of him possibly being gay. And I called out the hypocrisy of the so-called conservatives, right? So when Anthony Johnson made the documentary on Rollo Tomasi, Donovan Sharp, Fresh and Fit, Myron and Fresh. So when he made those documentaries on them being frauds, he got praised. But now once he starts making one on Jesse Lee Peterson, you guys get mad. Why? You know? And I'm sorry, there's a base of the conservatives. They love it when they hear like other black dudes talk crazy about other black dudes. They love it. They love it. But when it comes to stuff that actually matters, right? When it comes to the uncomfortable conversations like him talking about there's no such thing as a deadbeat dad. Because really when Jesse Lee Peterson is talking about all the other stuff, he's trolling, you know? But when it comes to this stuff, nobody wants to take it seriously. You know what I mean? So I just found it. This is interesting. Like all the stuff that Jesse Lee Peterson says, millions of views, hundreds of thousands of views. But then when he talks about this stuff, look at the numbers. This video has been out for 6 years. 9.2K views. I have videos that came out this year that already has that number. How is that possible? How is that possible? As popular Jesse Lee Peterson is, and then I remember when he had a service that I saw. One day we'll go over this. One day we'll go over this Jesse Lee Peterson video, because this, or if you guys get the chance, watch this video where he says there's no such thing as a deadbeat dad, because Jesse Lee Peterson's service, his format, the way he does his services is actually dope as hell. He basically he comes in, he takes questions from the audience, and he basically lets the whole church interact with him while he answers questions from the parishioners. He answers back. I think it's dope as hell. You know what I mean? I think that's a super dope concept. I would go to his church. You know what I mean? But people need to watch this video when he starts posing the questions back to the audience. And I just find it interesting that people don't want to touch this. People don't want to touch this. They want to talk about all the other stuff. Because a lot of, I'm not saying nowadays, but there's a certain base of conservatives, they get off of, like, they get, like, I just believe they just feel satisfied when it's just a black dude talking crazy about black dudes, or if a black dude says something about another black, or if it's a black person speaking on a group of black people the way that they want to speak on it, but because of the sensitivity of most black people in general, they can't say it. So they love it when another black person says it. You know what I mean? So that's I do find it interesting. Nobody wants to touch this subject, which is probably the most important subject. And nobody wanted to challenge what I said, except for the sensitive black people. When when I said the deadbeat dad is a myth, it was only black people in the chat, because they were very sensitive about that one. But I found it interesting. It was no conservatives trying to. They didn't even want to touch that subject. I was like, oh, that's kind of interesting. So that's why ever since then I've been repeating Jesse Lee Peterson's mantra that deadbeat dads are a myth, right? There's very few men in the world that are willing to say that out loud. Very few men of all races, mind you. And yes, and you are right, Young Doka. YouTube is shadow banning any deadbeat dads. You see how none of the videos are even popping up. They're barely popping up. They're not even showing the screens. They're not showing the thumbnails. This is crazy. They're not even showing the thumbnails. I gotta put my mouse on it. Pause. But if I anything else, that's a video of me talking about this. Oh man, let me see. You see, okay, I just searched a piano that I was searching up earlier. You see, everything is coming out clear. You see all the thumbnails and all this. Now, if I search this again. Oh, okay, they fixed it. I was about to say, I was like, yo, this is weird. Okay, I was wrong. I was in the wrong. I was about to say, I was like, yo, what? I'm like, I can't see no thumbnails. I can't see no results. What's going on? Hey, yo, man. That's crazy, man. But yeah, but still, when you look at the views though, 9.2K views in 6 years. And then when he has a service about this 6 years ago, 14K views? How such little views for that? That is very interesting to me. But like I said, I made this joke about the conservatives though. But yeah, it was like, yeah, I'm sorry. That was still kind of weird to me. Young Doka said all of a sudden the frame rate drops for deadbeat dads. Yeah, like that's crazy. That was still weird. That's still weird to me. That's still suspect. That was suspect to me. But I do find it interesting because I made a statement last year about conservatives where basically, unfortunately, conservatives spend way too much time dick policing black men and trying to get their women not to mess with black men, that they forget that there's other permanent issues, permanent issues that is literally destroying the conservative base. Like I don't even understand why I had to even somebody like me, I have to tell them yo, Ben Shapiro's a plant. You do know that, right? And I think they're starting to understand, the conservatives are starting to understand this now, because Ben Shapiro has been losing a lot of credibility. And then lo and behold, what does he do to try to regain credibility back? What does he do? I think President President Orange Man, he needs to exonerate Derek Chauvin. I was sitting there laughing. I'm like, bro, you think ninjas is finna riot over that? Not ninjas is over that. But that's how low IQ he thinks the conservative fan base is. He thinks he could just do that to like wave it as a little a dog treat, for the conservatives, and he will get back in their good graces by trying to irritate the ninjas. I was like, bro, your credibility is already shot. Nothing like it's pretty obvious what you're doing now. And by the way, I think Ben Shapiro's entertaining. I think he's funny. But he's doing the old, okay, let's let me give something for the conservatives to eat up and so they can get off my back. What's it? Vivek Ramaswamy did the same thing. They really think like they really think they're playing the conservative fan base. That's why I'm like, yo, they playing in your in y'all faces, but I don't think I should be the one to say that they I don't even think they see it. Yeah, that was weird. I'm sorry. Truth Hunter said YouTube said we gonna fuck with Chris. Look, that was weird. As soon as I search up Deadbeat, and then all of a sudden my stuff stopped working. Nah, man. That's weird. That's weird. But anyways, enough about the conservatives. They're because they don't even realize their base has been infiltrated. There's no credibility, especially like if a woman like a Hillary Crowder can get away with what she's doing to Steve Crowder, that's just ridiculous. That's just ridiculous. But anyways, that's all I have for tonight. I went way over time. Thank you guys for tuning in. What and I'll say this. I know Umar Johnson's he's a grifter. He's all of that. But I said the same thing about Steve. I said the same thing. Y'all are my witnesses. I said the same thing about Steve Crowder. I don't like Steve Crowder. I don't like a lot of these people. But what's being done to these people? They're it's the old he's a deadbeat dad switch. Let me put that tag on him so I can get my way. I don't like that. So even if it affects the people that I don't like, I'm not gonna let that slide. All right, I'm not gonna let that slide. So I don't want to fall for that trap. And look, because like I said, I'm not as much as I'm a fan of Undead Chronic, right? Corey Holcomb, the Star Report. I'm not those guys. You know what I mean? So I don't want to be like, I'll let them have their opinions on that. I'll let them, rain on their parade, Millie Wop on their grave. I really have no problem with that, really, because of what they've done. When it comes to Umar Johnson, when it comes to Steve Crowder, the stuff that they said about men, the stuff that they said about this red pill space. They'll Millie walk on. Hey, look, you got they're gonna get shitted on, and rightfully so. But I can't. Me personally, I won't let them out. I'll still offer them. I'm the type of ninja. I'll still offer you a raincoat, even if you told me, nigga, ain't gonna be raining out, and you start getting rain on. I'll be like, here's a raincoat. That's me. That's me. You know what I mean? Because eventually everybody's going to learn. Everybody's going to get this work. Whether you conservative, liberal, whether you a Destiny, you a Ben Shapiro, you going to get this work, bro. You going to get this work. The court system, the family court system is the family court system. The court system is the court system. The court of public opinion is the court of public opinion. You're not gonna, no matter how much you what's the word? No matter how much you try to placate to that crowd, you placating to women, you're still gonna get got. You guys do know that Destiny's ex wife, Melina, you know she pulled the abusive card on Destiny. You guys know that, right? Now, mind you, Destiny allowed her to be in an open relationship, and she still pulled the abusive card on him. Still. You know what I mean? So everybody gonna catch this work. You can't deny reality. Ben Carrot says, I don't think most MAGA conservatives like Ben nowadays. I've been seeing them worship people like Andrew Tate and Dan Bilzerian. Ben is seen as an establishment shield. Yeah. And right now, what's going on with the conservatives, there's a split right now. You have the conservatives that are pro-Israel, pro small hat country, and the other one's side of it that's not. So there's a split right now in the conservative camp when it comes to that. there's a split. Like I saw like the Hodge twins, they did like an interview with Tate, who is mind you, Tate is a grifter too, but I don't believe the trafficking claims. That's cap. That's cap to me. But basically any conservative that's doing like interviews with Tate, you'll have like a half of the conservatives that hate it and then the half of the conservatives that love it. So there's a split right now in the conservative camp. And Tate is one of the few people that have been vocal about, I don't know if he's been vocal about it, but he's clearly not pro small hat. So he's going to catch hell for now. Right. But mind you, I don't F with Tate, really. But I do know those trafficking claims. They're saying that he's a PDF file. I don't believe none of that. That's cap. If you guys look at one of my earlier live streams in 2022, I did an R. Kelly live stream where basically I said we're setting a terrible precedent and we're gonna put trafficking claims on a Negro R&B star from Chicago. This is one of the most bizarre charges you can put on a ninja from Chicago. Like trafficking, this involves like a system, like a systematic like type of trafficking where people are getting paid over here. You have a system over here. This is one man. And they put in trafficking charges on him. I'm like, so what? If we start flying bitches out, we're gonna start getting trafficking charges. If you look at my old live from about R. Kelly from 2022, I already spoke on this. I'm saying it's gonna be all types of dudes getting trafficking charges. This is a terrible precedent to set, but you know, people don't understand when we talk about precedents being set. But you know, that's a whole other issue. But yeah, that we'll get into that. We'll get all into that in due time. You know. Oh yeah, by the way, like I said, I stuck up for Andrew Tate. I don't like Andrew Tate at all, really. Well, I'm not gonna say Andrew Tate per se. I'm just not really a big fan of his fan base. The fans of Andrew Tate tend to be very immature. Particularly the fans of Andrew Tate in the UK. I don't know why the UK fans are shocked at the treatment of Andrew Tate. Because it was dudes before Andrew Tate that showed signs of masculinity that they would shit on them. But because they like Andrew Tate specifically, they just think that he should get away with it. I just find it hilariously like hypocritical for the UK fans to be complaining about the treatment of Andrew Tate. I was like, there have been plenty of masculine figures that you guys crapped all over them just because they played on a specific soccer team. I'm not going to name them. And they would crap over them. I'm like, why are you crapping over these people? Because he's too proud. Oh, okay. It's been a lot of soccer players that got fake grape cases put on them. And then when I would talk about it, they would say, oh, you're just sticking up for them because they're whatever. Then it happens to Andrew Tate. Then it's like, oh, we got to stop what we're doing and we got to save this this irresponsible ninja. Let me see. Ban Carrot said, have you done videos on Tate? Yes, I have. Yes, I have. Hold on. Let me show y'all something real quick. Hey man, because I'm not gonna bring up something that I ain't cover. If you go to my channel, let me put this. Yeah. Go to my channel. Just type in Tate. Or just type in Tate on my channel. Right. The first thing you see is me saying Andrew Tate haters are massive hypocrites. That's the first thing you see on the result. That's hilarious, ain't it? The first thing you see is me saying Andrew Tate fans are massive hypocrites. So I've told you I've been on this, man. Andrew Tate indicted on human trafficking and grape charges in Romania. I did a live on that 2 years ago. It says a year ago, but this video is from 20. Oh no. This is from 2024. I think this is from 2024. Okay. Right here. I made a video when I talked about the hypocrisy of Andrew Tate supporters. This was 2 years ago. Andrew Tate being banned from social media, surviving Andrew Tate. I made a lot of videos on this, on particularly Tate. Oh yeah, traditional conservatives are not red pill, right? Andrew Tate speaking on white people and immigration. I covered that story. You know. But yeah. All you got to do, man, just type in Tate on my video tab and you will see videos pop up of me talking about Andrew Tate 2 years ago, 3 years ago. You know what I mean? The hypocrisy of Andrew Tate supporters. I want you guys to watch that. That I would say I'll recommend you guys watch that. But you guys can watch whatever you want on my channel, whatever you want. Because I've been on it. I've been on it. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. That was back when I used to show my face. That's how you know that was a minute ago. Okay. But yeah, like you can search up any topic you want on my channel. You can literally just go on my channel, type in whatever you think that I didn't cover or what you think I did cover. You'll find what you're looking for. Yes, sir. Tate, to me, Tate, he's like, I don't think Tate has said anything groundbreaking, but like I said, anything that criticizes or put women in a bad light, you're going to be labeled an incel virgin loser. That's what they do. Anytime you say anything about women, like if you know, especially lately, they just call you an incel, and I just find it hilarious because they think that's going to stop me. They really think I am actually offended that they think calling me or just calling me a virgin is going to stop me. I'm like, bro, do you know the stuff people used to call me when I was a kid? Even now, please. They really think that calling me or people like me an incel is going to stop anything. I'm like, that's just going to make me go harder. Pause. I'm offended that I'll be offended. They think that's gonna stop me, but it actually does stop a lot of men because they don't want to be called that. You know, they don't want to be called a virgin. They don't want to be called an incel because it's almost like being called a racist or being called a bigot. You know what I mean? But that's not gonna stop me, please. But I'll say this: I don't tell everybody my YouTube channel. But if you ask me on certain things, I'm not gonna mince words with you. Like for example, like for the people I do music with, obviously these topics don't come up, but for the most part, the people that I'm hanging out with musically lately, they don't bring up stuff like this, so it's all good. The only thing close that has happened was I had a fellow musician. I was giving him a ride to a studio session, and he asked me, he's like, "Oh, so Chris, what is it like with you and the women in your life in the ladies department?" And I'll be honest, I was like, "Oh, there's nothing going on there." Yeah, I was like, yeah, like me and women, we don't mix. I was just completely. I'll be honest. I'm not gonna front. I'm like this. I'm like I'll be like I got no hoes right now, bro. It's all good. Now, what was interesting about it when I opened up to him about this, it's almost like a weight was lifted off his shoulder because then he started being honest about the women in his life. So if I started faking the phone like, oh yeah, I got these hoes on check, and then he would probably start lying too. But I was like, ain't nothing going on there. Nothing. Got nothing. I got nothing to brag on my end, right? And once I said that, he started opening up about his personal situations with the girls that he knows in his life. He said, "Oh yeah, this girl's giving me this. This gonna give man." And then he talked about how he was in a group. He was going out with a girl in the group, which was a mistake, and he wanted advice on that. And I told him like, look, I gave him the same advice that Batman gave Green Lantern from Justice League. He said, look, I said, women, if you're going to deal with women are going to do women things. You can't take it that personally. You can't let your dating life dictate your mood, dictate what you want to get accomplished, right? That's similar to remember when Batman had caught Green Lantern with the Shayera, right? Hawk Girl, I think her name was. And he was like, look, women are just gonna do, if you're dealing with women are just gonna do certain ish, and you're just gonna have to deal with it. Bottom line. Now, if you don't think you can deal with it, you probably should put dating on hold. That has been my advice especially for the past, I'll say for the past 2 years. For any men that have asked me, that's basically been my advice. Because this whole thing about trying to change hoes and do all this, you got to teach her this, and no. I mean, if you want to do that, fine, but don't be complaining about high blood pressure and stress. You know what I mean? All this. Don't complain about none of this stuff. These are the things you're gonna have to deal with when you're dealing with women. So I said, you're young. You have a future ahead of you. You need to hone in on the music. You can't let a woman's feelings dictate your whole thing, because women's feelings, their emotions, it's never the same. They're never constant. They're never like a constant variable in a positive way, especially today's women. So, and if you think you can't handle that, put a hold on dating for a little bit. You know what I mean? Yeah, incel, loser who hurt you, you must be gay. You know what I mean? 3 of their favorite sayings. Oh yeah, and another thing too. A lot of dudes, they don't want to be called gay, so that's another thing too. But that's how I know, like you can't even be mad at Corey Holcomb when he starts saying the F word, or he makes fun of gay people and what they do in their sexual practices, because then you get mad at Corey Holcomb. They get mad at Corey Holcomb for saying that, but then they will call you gay as a diss. It's like Pyro said, you call it feces, I say caca, right? But you get mad because I say caca, right? Like, what the, bruh, we're saying the same. We're doing the same thing. We're using gay people as the butt of the joke. Why am I getting in trouble? Why am I getting in trouble for it? Why are my favorite comics? Why are gangsters? Why are street ninjas that I know afraid to say the F word? Come on, we got to be fair here. You know, that has always annoyed me. You know what I mean? Where basically, like, women get to say they get to use gay people as the butt of a joke, but my favorite comedians, they're afraid to say the F word. I can't even say the F word on here. That annoys me. You know what I mean? But that's a whole other story. He said, yeah, 3 of their favorite sayings: incel, loser, who hurt you. Oh yeah, they'll call you a deadbeat. Like, I used to be like, wait, how am I a deadbeat and an incel? How does that work? I was like, they'll be in the same sentence. They'll call you a deadbeat and an incel. You're like, whoa. But you saw it too. Like, what's it? Elon's son, who identifies as a woman. Now, one of Elon's Transformer son, he called he called his own father an incel. I'm like, oh Lord. So the word incel, they don't even, it doesn't even mean the same thing no more to the normies. But I predicted that too. I predicted that in one of my videos when I said they're gonna they keep using incels and red pill in the same sentence. I said this in 2022, mind you. You can look at my old videos. I said this in 2022. I said they're gonna keep using incels and a red pill in the same sentence because they want to group them together so they can dictate. So anything that's red pill adjacent, they're just gonna say it's incel talk. So I predicted that as well in 2022. Like, this stuff is too easy. This stuff is way too easy. I've said it a million times on my channel, but I grew up with all of my favorite athletes were the most hated people. Everybody needs a scapegoat. Right now it's the incels. So they group them in with the red pill so they won't allow you to talk about women. If they're doing anything wrong, you're an incel. You know what I mean? So we already knew that they were gonna basically scapegoat the red pill space, the conservatives and the liberals. If you notice, the conservatives, they've been really trying to distance themselves from the RP space. You know, even people's favorite chameleon women, they've been trying to say, oh, red pill is just the opposite spectrum of feminism. Just like, I saw it coming, but it's just like when you see it like come true in real life, you're just like, wow, people are really stupid. I'm like the normies never, cease to amaze me. But seeing the normies wearing masks in 2020 outside, seeing what they did in 2020, nothing really ceased to amaze me, that. And them conservatives that be coming up in Home Depot, they warned me about that shit too. And for the normies to prove these people right, I'm like, you know what? I got to look at things a different way. I got to look at things a different way. The normies really, they did a number on my mental in the year 2020. I was like, oh, Y'all will really fall for anything. Wow. Okay. Oh man. Yeah. Right here. Truth Hunter says if you say something long enough, people are gonna believe it. I always give the Mia Khalifa example. She always says that she gets robbed. She got robbed from, she got taken advantage from the websites. She keeps saying that over, over, and over, and over, and over. She still does it because eventually people are going to believe it. Most people are just going to do that. Now, the way I grew up, if somebody keeps repeating something like that and I don't know the information, and then the way you're repeating it to me is like you want me to believe it, I'm going to have questions about it. That's how I grew up. Because this, well, what ends up if you get like, because I got, I'm not saying I was perfect growing up, but I got bullied a lot. So if you're just convincing me your name is Toby, your name is, I'm not gonna believe it. I'm not gonna believe it. I'm gonna be like, okay, what are you trying to pull on me? Didn't I tell you it's 80% off? It's only 80% off. Why are you not signing on the paperwork? Okay, hold on for a second. What am I missing here? You're not gonna get me to sign. Why are you not listening to me? Anybody with that kind of energy, you're just like, okay. I'm just gonna be leery of it. But most people didn't grow up that way. So they just, the normies grew up thinking, Muslims are terrorists. So the media kept repeating that. So they thought that. They fell for it. Then the liberals took over that. And now you actually have a terrorism problem with certain groups of people. And now people are afraid to not be labeled as the dummies from back in the day. And now you have certain types of people actually causing chaos and people don't want to call it out. So you can't let the media dictate who you hate. You know what I mean? You can't let certain people dictate the type of people that you hate. Like, so even here, I will clearly tell you, man, I got problems with conservatives and blah blah blah. But if a conservative gets in trouble, if they get tied up in trouble, and I see they're getting done wrong, I'm still gonna stick up for them because I don't want to just fall for they must have done something wrong. No, I'm not gonna do that. I'm not going to do that. I've seen too much. I've seen too much. I've seen the media play their dirty tricks on people. I've seen too much. There's no way you ever gonna see me on this channel hating on Orange Man. Right. There's no way. When you have the media going out their way to just put all types of charges on this dude, I'm like, is this? I'm like the stuff that they were trying to put on Orange Man. I'm like, is this even legal? So there's no way you're gonna really hear anything negative. Me say anything negative about Orange Man, and mind you, I don't like politicians at all. But I'm like, what can I say negative on him if you're just trying to put all this stuff? You label all this stuff on him, and there's really no evidence of it. But it's just like you're just trying to convince me that he's this type of person. That's not gonna work. But it works on most. It works on most people, man. And it becomes patronizing because what ends up happening is you'll be like, say like it'll be like a group of black people at a table, right? And you'll have like a white dude that's trying to like assimilate. So by assimilating, they think talking negative about Orange Man is going to help them assimilate. to the black people at the table. And I'm just like, I don't want to talk about politics right now. You can assimilate a different way without talking about Orange Man. You know what I mean? It's just like I had to deal with that recently, where there's a guy. I'm like, you can't talk about nothing else. Oh my God. Verbal terrorism? What's been happening these days? Yeah. This is, trick old as time, but people still fall for it. People just don't have time to study. But anyways, I went overtime. Thank you, Truth Hunter. Thank you, Ban Carrots. Thank you for sticking with me on this topic. If you get the chance, watch the videos that I made about Tate. It's not going to be the typical Tate, take on Tate and the Tate brothers, because I actually have a lot of criticisms on those guys. But I'm smart enough to know that they're not traffickers. They're probably irresponsible, but they're not I don't think so. But I could be wrong, but it is what it is on that. I'm too privy to the game. But yeah, shout out to you, man. Garrett Grant, you already know. Thank you, man. Truth Hunter, Young Doka, Educated Tyrone, the usual suspects, you already know. Pyro, if you're listening. Trevor, if you're listening. I still remember you. Lady that was in that chat that gave me credit. Thank you. I appreciate it when somebody will be like, yo, I thought the incels were this, or I thought the red pill was this, or I thought the black pillars. Thank you for that. Because most people are they'll stick with their ignorance and they just I'm out to hate men, raw. Thank you for giving me credit and changing your perspective on certain things. Thank you. Everybody else, Warband members, everybody else, thank you. Shout out to y'all. I don't know what let me we'll end it on Corey Holcomb again. We will end the stream with Corey Holcomb one more time. I'll come up with a different outro next time. Peace out, guys.
Exactly. I was with Floyd Mayweather. When I met him, I couldn't believe it. Floyd was like, hey, what's up, man? This is my fiance, this is my girl. They was both standing right there. That's what paper do, boy. You got that paper, people fall in line.
I don't care for that.
Now, it's a shame that people fall in line because of the paper, but this is a fact. If you got that paper, you can bring your whole family to the barbecue. Not the family you hide. I'm talking about if you got that bread, you can bring everybody to the barbecue and demand they act like they got some goddamn sense. That's my boy about her. That's my boy about him.